celebrating a birthday. All right, let's see if we can get an answer via Zoom to our stupid question. We got Jason that's joining us. Hey, Jason, how you doing, buddy?
You guys rock.
Oh! You, sir, are the man. So, what has tequila, triple second lime juice?
The good old margarita.
Margarita! Yeah. You are correct.
Now, don't be drinking one while you're driving.
Hang on, Jason. We're going to give you a pair of tickets. It's MMR Rocks Whitney Cummings at the Miller Theater. They probably serve margaritas there. Saturday, November 22nd. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. You can go to WMMR.com for more information.
This past summer, I did like a margarita bar, kind of, I guess you'd call it. So it was different types of margaritas. You guys know I make my margaritas fresh. I squeeze all the lemons, the limes, all that kind of stuff. I don't use a pre-made mix. And so they could choose between, like, I did blueberry, watermelon, strawberry, mango, like any type. And we would, throw the fresh fruit in the blender. We'd blend it up, put it in the margaritas. People were like going crazy over it.
That's awesome.
It did have me pretty busy, but whatever. It was okay. I was just drinking while I was doing it.
What's your take on the frozen margarita?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it too sweet, and I don't like the mixes. I don't like when it's, so yeah, if it's a fresh margarita and we freeze it and throw some ice in it, I'm all in.
Okay, all right. I don't like the frozen ones.
You don't like them?
Yeah, the blended ice.
The ones you see at
ice
resorts?
cubes.
That's like a resort thing, is it not? The frozen margaritas?
I mean, you can get them at most bars.
Also, brain freeze comes with that.
True.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a Slurpee.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so some entertainment stories. Kylie Jenner and Timothée Chalamet made their red carpet debut as a couple Wednesday the 70th. David Di Donatello Awards in Rome. Chalamet was there to receive the David for Cinematic Excellence. The duo coordinated in sleek black outfits with Jennifer rocking a Schiaparelli dress, while Chalamet showed off a velvet suit with a boutonniere. Ooh, Rockstar Rob would love that.
He would love that. They were both wearing shirts, Preston, that pointed, fingers pointing, that said, "I'm with stupid."
Oh, that's great. I love that joke.
Their public appearance followed Jenner's solo Met Gala walk, while Chalamet stayed at home to watch the Knicks game. Though they have attended many award shows together this season, including the Golden Globes and the Oscars, this marks their first red carpet moment.
So let me ask you, Chalamet, super good looking, obviously very talented, good actor. We like him a lot. Should he lose that not quite there mustache?
No, I think it kind of works on him.
It works on him?
I think I don't know. I think he can pull it off. Not everybody can get that look going, but I think he's all right with it. So we all make mistakes. Tom Brady says his 2024 Netflix roast was a big one when it came to being a parent. The retired football player shared his regrets, how it affected his kids. He said, "It was tough on my kids for sure," noting the jokes about his divorce from Gisele Bündchen were really hard on his 3 children. And he called it a stake through the heart when he was asked about, when they later asked him what was the point and why did you do that? It really got to him.
Yeah.
Despite enjoying the event in the moment, he acknowledged that there's some things as a parent that you mess up. And Nikki Glazer, one of the roast comedians, previously revealed the roast writers intentionally avoided making jokes about his children, but they were going after the ex.
So when you were a kid and the first time you saw your parents roasted.
Yeah.
Do you remember how that hit you? It's hard, right?
It was difficult. I hadn't, grown a thick skin at that point. So Ben Affleck is opening up about how he really feels about Britney Spears' roller coaster ride with fame, because obviously he's had his own.
Same deal with the paparazzi.
He admitted that he felt empathy for the pop icon, even though he didn't personally know her during her most scrutinized years. The actor called out the cruelty of fame and likened Britney to a tiger being poked until it lashes out, saying, "All you see is the growling anger. What the public misses," he said, "is the chaos behind the scenes." He said, "the people around waving the stick at the tiger."
There was a documentary a while ago about the world of the paparazzi, and so he is making a valid point because they are relentless. They're at your home if you are a celebrity of a certain status, and they will not let you alone. Now, mind you, celebrities also use them to their benefit as well. So it's that kind of bizarre relationship.
It's also like not just the paparazzi, but when you're at that level and then you have a team of people constantly telling you who you need to be, you know what I mean? Like all the time, like don't do this, do that, and like you have to be held to this standard. So even like the people in your team, I would imagine can give you anxiety.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Ben pointed out that this kind of media circus isn't normal life. He says he understands Britney struggles because of the cycle of having people harangue you and yell at you and hassle you and follow you. These days, Ben famously tries to steer clear of the paparazzi drama altogether, which has resulted in memes about the unflattering pics of him in his everyday life.
I believe that above all else is what ended the relationship with Jennifer Lopez, because she runs to that stuff, and that's not his world.
Yeah, maybe that was a big enough of a divide, All right, this is messed up. This guy looks familiar. I saw a picture of him, but I don't really know him. Dawson's Creek and Boardwalk Empire actor Michael Pitt.
Oh, yeah, I know him.
He was arrested and indicted on a slew of charges, including sexual assault, criminal sexual act, strangulation, and more. The actor, who has since been released from custody, pled not guilty to the crimes. Your Honor, we'd like to plead no guilty.
I would like to submit no sad bro.
Officers from the New York...
That's a bold move, counselor.
Officers...
to introduce no sad bro at this point.
Officers... Oh, my God. Officers from the New York Police Department arrested the star on Friday over 4 alleged incidents which involved an ex-girlfriend.
She claims he introduced no sad bro before she introduced no guilty.
So the documents state Pitt, quote, sexually abused the alleged victim by means of forcible compulsion. He was charged with 2 counts of first-degree sexual abuse, 2 of first- and third-degree criminal sex acts, 2 of second-degree assault, 2 of attempted assault, and 1 count for second-degree strangulation. Apparently, this happened in 2020 and 2021. The New York Post, which first reported the news, detailed that Pitt allegedly forced his ex-girlfriend to engage in oral sex, struck her with a 4x4 block of wood and cinder block. The platform reports that all the alleged incidents happened at the actor's Bushwick home. He was released on a $15,000 bail following his arraignment. His attorney, Carrie London, said that they look forward to proving his innocence, and his statement was, unfortunately, we live in a world where somebody like Mr. Pitt, an accomplished professional who would never so much as contemplate these crimes, can be arrested on the uncorroborated word of an unhinged individual. We look forward to proving his innocence through the evidence and not through the media. So they're going to have
that's
their
a
day.
valid point. Now, I have, I'm sure you do as well, Preston, a sex cinder block, but it's made out of styrofoam.
Yeah.
It's not. It's just
for
real.
play.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, all right, yeah. So, anyhow, we'll follow that story and let you know what's going on with that. So, this, I did not know this. The Last of Us star, Bella Ramsey, phenomenal actor, found that they were housebound a few years back, a victim of their own fears. And the actor described dealing with, quote, this really intense fear, explaining, if you feel a bit sick, if someone else feels sick or is sick, like the whole thing is absolutely terrifying. And the thing that they're talking about is the fear of vomit. So it is called...
Great.
There you go.
And also Chachi.
It's
Chachi vomiting specifically.
It's called emetophobia. And this was crippling for them.
So
wait, and what? Yeah, so it's the fear of it.
Yeah.
And the perceived germs and the perceived. Obviously, it's not a pleasant thing. But growing up, and I don't know if this diagnosis existed back then, but there was a kid I went to school with who had this like horrific fear. Like I remember a kid vomiting in school, and she started screaming.
Right.
Like it was that vile to her.
So I wonder, I'm curious, I wonder if this is what my sister-in-law has. So my sister-in-law, every time she's going to vomit, she passes out before she vomits, wakes up, and then vomits.
I think that there may be a connection part of your body. You're expelling part of you or something like that. It might be deep like that, or just, obviously the sensation is completely unpleasant.
Yeah, no.
But it's like an intense, unnatural fear of it that they had. Ramsey explained that they underwent emetophobia freeze, the Thrive program, and says, I now feel that I'm not emetophobic anymore, but they still have a slightly stronger reaction to vomit than the average person, and says, I'm slightly more averse or afraid of it.
Have you watched this week's episode, the most recent one?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Steve and I were chatting about it yesterday. Bella has a performance in it, and I just am blown away by their acting, but also their ability to play the guitar, to sing.
Oh.
It's just moving and sweet, and just another reason why that show is terrific.
Okay. Definitely have to see that, like today.
Yeah.
All right. When David Hasselhoff was spotted in 2 different airports earlier this week in a wheelchair, fans grew concerned. But it's a not-so-bad explanation. Us Magazine reports that a rep reached out to tell them the story behind the new set of wheels, and apparently their rep said he was seen in a wheelchair because he's having knee replacement surgery next week. So, your voice, Steve.
There's a little Yoda in there.
I think.
The 72-year-old actor was seen being pushed in a wheelchair on Monday in both Cancun, Mexico, and upon his return to Los Angeles. So it's a knee thing.
Are there beach appropriate because you have those
wheelchairs?
Listen.
Actually, yes.
there is.
I would assume because you have those carts that you use that have those oversized wheels.
In fact, I saw someone on the beach
Right.
that was using, they were controlling it themselves. It was a remote-controlled
Right.
beach wheelchair. So, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, so they do have those.
I'm just thinking for Baywatch for future.
Right, yeah.
Baywatch handy capable.
Would they show him in slow motion coming across the
speed it
beach
up.
on a wheelchair?
My father-in-law is a double amputee from Vietnam, has no legs, and so he has a heavy-duty beach wheelchair, and he actually ran over Matt Court.
Oh, really? Okay, we're looking at one.
I would love to have seen that.
Ask Matt about it. Yeah, I think he ran over his foot.
Wow.
That's pretty funny.
All right. I didn't know where to put this, so I put it in the entertainment report, but because it has to do with TV. Televangelist Jim Bakker, who is at the heart of one of the most notorious religious scandals of the 1980s, says that he is in desperate, I know this is a shock to you.
Let me guess.
Desperate need of cash.
Cash,
Yes.
of course.
Oh, man.
And if he doesn't get $1 million, he will lose everything and become homeless. He said if everyone that watches this program will give $1,000.
$1,000.
We'll be able to pay our bills and stay on the air.
I'll tell you what, a-hole. Why don't you sell your house and then downsize? You know what I mean? Like, why are you putting this on other people?
All right.
Why are you beating up on him? He's a good man.
I'll expand on this a little bit more.
All
He
right.
said, otherwise, we got about maybe another month. And he said, not just the show is on the line. He said, if they foreclose on this ministry, they will take my house too. So I'll be on the street.
I hope he realizes that most people are in favor of that happening.
He claimed that he hasn't taken a salary himself and has no money of his own. He said, we have a big debt. And he was saying an unnamed they has taken millions of dollars from him.
No.
One of the show's co-hosts indicated the financial problems began in 2020 when Baker was in trouble with a number of authorities for hawking silver solution during COVID-19.
Yeah, that might be it.
In one case, he reached a settlement with the Missouri Attorney General that included restitution of $156,000. At that,
All you have to do is drink this mercury, folks, and you're going to turn right around. Just 1 quart of mercury a day, and you'll feel better than ever.
Baker at that time also used the threat of an impending bankruptcy to raise funds. He said on Tuesday that those who give him money will reap other benefits. He said, and I quote, I guarantee you that God's going to do something. And he said, God's going to bless you as you give, because when you give, you're going to receive. Oh, my. And this guy's been doing this.
So
he has been ripping people off for decades and decades.
I actually, as a for a couple of episodes, he had a podcast, and I just had to listen to it. That's like a 10-bell douchebag, as Chuck D'Amico says.
Yeah.
There's a level of disconnect that you can't even comprehend.
Yep. So he's 85 years old. We'll see where he ends up. Let's see. I got time for a couple more. There's some that I absolutely want to get in here before wrapping. Oh, yeah. Steve and I were talking about this briefly. It's been rumored to be in the development for decades, but now the long road to the long walk is nearly over. The Stephen King story, penned under his Richard Bachman pseudonym in 1979, has a premiere date and also a trailer. The film adaptation starring Cooper Hoffman, David Johnson, and Mark Hamill centers on Ray Garrity, who is played by Hoffman, who competes in the Long Walk, a competition in which 50 teenage boys walk without rest. Each competitor must keep walking faster than 3 miles per hour continuously or being eliminated. And by being eliminated, they shoot you in the head.
Yeah.
So the last boy remaining earns a prize of his choosing, and the film hits theaters on September 12th.
So
it's an intense story.
I think the one guy, Preston, the Asian gentleman you see in the trailer, I think he is the star of the new Karate Kid.
Oh, no kidding?
Yeah.
Okay. So, the trailer's out if you want to see it. It's pretty messed up story. So, here, I have time for this one. The jury pool for the Diddy trial is filling out except for one guy that found a way to get out of serving. During his questioning by lawyers, the potential juror noted, I smoke marijuana personally for recreational use. And he added that it could affect his judgment.
But no, it makes you sharper.
When asked if he could stop smoking during the trial, which should last 8 weeks, he said yes, but he smokes weed every night, including last night. He was dismissed.
I'd like to submit a writ of no sad, bro.
Yeah.
Wow, this is a game changer.
Yeah, you're Preston. You'll never serve jury duty again.
Damn right.
Yeah.
I had no idea, but now there's a precedent set for that. So.
Do they allow you to spark up in court just to prove?
Maybe.
Yeah.
And I would abide.
I was supposed to have jury duty last week. I didn't have to report. I got an email the day before that said you don't have to report, but
smoke up.
No, I put in the questionnaire. I'm like, I don't have the attention span to be a good juror. I'm like, there's no way I can sit in a seat and pay attention to what people are saying for 6 to 8 hours a day. I can't do it. I'm incapable of doing it.
Your Honor, I have a question.
Yeah.
Did you know that there are flying squirrels in the Pocono? Actually, that was more of a statement than a question. Casey's mind just went there for whatever reason.
Back to my chambers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, rattlesnakes. I didn't know they had rattlesnakes up there, Your Honor.
I believe he was employing hidden fists, Your Honor.
All right. 10 things I hate about you. I just saw this movie about a month ago.
Oh, really?
My youngest wants me to see movies that I should have seen by now.
All
and so
right.
we watched them together.
And that's on the list?
And yeah, that was on the list. I enjoyed it.
You know what? Your 50-year-old also wants you to watch movies that he feels like you haven't seen before.
He's talking about him.
I'm talking about me. Yeah.
So it's the 10 Things I Hate About You still has a dedicated following more than a quarter century after its release. The Heath Ledger and Julia Stiles rom-com is now being reworked as a proposed trilogy, according to the original film's director.
So 30 Things I Hate About You?
Gil Younger. No, but this is interesting what they're going to do with it. Younger says that while nothing has been greenlit, no casting has begun, he knows where he wants things to go. He's begun writing for what he hopes will be 3 films. 10 Things I Hate About Dating, 10 Things I Hate About Marriage, and 10 Things I Hate About Kids. Though Ledger has passed, Younger says that he would love if Stiles and other cast members would come back if it resonates with them.
That'd be kind of cool.
As for where things stand now, 10 Things I Hate About Dating is definitively in the works as a feature film, he said. He said that they are developing it right now.
So your review, did you enjoy the movie?
I did.
Yeah.
I thought it was
a
nice.
cute movie. Yeah.
That's exactly it. It was cute.
Yeah, it's Taming of the Shrew.
Yeah.
All right. And then finally, one more. I'm so happy about this because it was a show I started watching, and I'm like, are they going to do a 3rd season or not? Apple TV Plus has announced the long-awaited 3rd season of Foundation, and it's finally on the way. The series is based on Isaac Asimov's classic novels. Season 3 is set 152 years after the 2nd season. It tells the story of an intergalactic alliance between the Foundation and the Cleonic Dynasty. I'm going to say it as they say it on the show. The Cleonic Dynasty Empire, who will face off against a warlord known as the Mule. The 10-episode season will premiere with 1 episode on Apple TV Plus, followed by new episodes weekly every Friday through September 12th.
The problem with a lot of streaming shows is that, again, are they coming back? Or they come back, but it's 2 years after the last season.
Right.
And it drives you out of your friggin' mind.
Steve, I think you would like this show.
So I read the original book, and I didn't read the full, but I loved it. So
it is well done. It's very cinematic. And there are a lot of great actors in this. It's a big story, too.
Yeah, it looks like they're throwing a ton of money into it.
Yep. All right. We can get to the clips now.
I'm going to have to hit it up here.
Okay.
What's happening?
So director Ryan Johnson and actress Natasha Lyonne are back for more in a new season of Poker Face. And in this clip, they reminisce on using burner phones during casting. Here we go.
Remember that burner phone we got?
Yeah, the burner.
Yeah.
That was for casting.
Yeah.
That was for casting.
That was for casting.
Yeah.
And the number 666666666. Yes. But it's fun, actually.
I think it was
It's
fun.
sort of the most fun.
I was saying it was kind of a combination of panicked and fun.
Yeah.
Because we were like, we shoot Tuesday.
I don't give a f***.
Season 2 of Poker Face is streaming today on Peacock. We watched several episodes, and I did like it. I just kind of
Fizzled out.
Yeah, it just kind of fizzled out.
Listen, if you buy into everything, I mean, there's too much to watch. But they never have a life.
They did have a lot of big name guest stars. Right. Each episode was a different story, and they would always have really big name guest stars on it.
So we were supposed to have Stephen Amell on yesterday, but in Suits L.A., they're going to have celebrities playing themselves. Seeking lawyers through this agency, which I think is pretty cool.
That is. Season 2 of Poker Face streaming today on Peacock. Here's our next clip. So even though Ghost is a screwball comedy, it does have deeper themes. And in this clip, Rebecca Wysocki talks about how the show provokes meaningful family discussions about history.
It's so enjoyable. There's so many wonderful lines.
Hold on.
We managed to be a little provocative.
That was me reactively hitting the button that you normally hit, and it was Eddie Vedder.
For whatever reason, I just had to get my fruits and vegetables and protein and get the out of there.
Okay. So I accidentally hit that.
The third season of Foundation.
All right, now this is Rebecca Wysocki talking about how the show provokes meaningful family discussions about history.
It's so enjoyable. There's so many wonderful lines and so many things to laugh at. But we managed to be a little provocative at the digs we get in at American history. The thing that we hear most often is that it provokes conversations in families that might not otherwise have happened about mortality and regret and racism and money and all of these things.
Shut the up!
Season finale of Ghost airs tonight. You'll find that on CBS.
What is that person?
CBS. That's where we find it. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in our entertainment report for you this morning. All right, first shot at winning $1,000 coming up at 8 o'clock. 20 money running out of time. It wraps up tomorrow, so we want to make sure that you don't miss out on winning that cash. We're going to take a break. I want to remind you we do have an announcement that is coming up at 9 o'clock. It is important, and we hope that you'll join us for it. All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us. You don't want to come up to me and, so anyway, but if you hang out, if you loiter at the hardware store, maybe you got a shot. She also says a coffee shop is a good spot. If you spot someone you like the look of, note the time they arrive for their morning coffee. We are creatures of routine. Turn up the next day and the next at the same time, and make eye contact and smile. And the next thing you know, you're chatting comfortably.
In a cafe, a classic cafe where they have like Wi-Fi, or you might have that sort of situation where you'll see people sitting at their tables, working on things or whatever.
Did you guys ever continue to show up somewhere because you knew somebody was going to be there, or you had hoped that somebody would be there?
I'm sure that I have.
An employee.
Oh, yeah. There was a girl.
He's here.
Nah, there was a girl that worked when I was early in my radio career, and she worked at this grocery store. And I would go there. She worked at a counter that served like hot food and stuff like that. So I had a reason to go there because I was hungry. But I would go there specifically to see her.
Didn't you walk past her with a whole bunch of meats and stuff under your shirt? And
I told her it was a fraternity prank that I was doing.
Nothing for me today, thanks. Yeah, Baskin Robbins, man. That's where the cute girls in high school worked. And so, I mean, a different kind of vibe case, but we would go there all the time. And I had a really cute golden retriever. And so I would take the dog over. None of it ever worked, but I tried.
Right.
I gave it a shot.
You know what? You got to feel bad for the girl that works there that's not interested because she is chained to that location. And has no choice but to.
More free samples, please.
Yeah.
Man, exactly. I went to Cali every single Saturday night. No, not Saturday night, Wednesday night. And you would think because it was a cover charge of $5 and then 25-cent drink. Cali. It's not, well, I think RP McMurphy's is now closed. It was across the street from them in Dade Mall. But like I would go there because specifically there was this girl, short blonde hair, who just did not want to give me the time of the day. But
you tried.
I tried.
Yeah. Just by being there.
By being there. Mm-hmm. I think I offered to buy her a drink, 25-cent drink a couple of times.
Hey, 2 bits, no problem.
It's $1. I'm going to buy you 4 drinks.
Yeah. All right. Another opportunity, ladies, for you to meet men through volunteering. She says, this is according to the author, Tracy Cox is her name. God knows there's plenty of organizations that would welcome your help, and he's likely to be nice as well. Offered to be the person who registers everyone, welcomes them to the event, and you'll meet all potentials. Live music events, and then she goes on to say, like waiting in line somewhere, so on and so on. So anyhow, here you go. Ladies, How do you let him know you're interested?
All right.
And she gives him advice.
How do
for this.
ladies
Yes.
telegraph
Yes.
that they're interested in? And Marissa and Kathy, pay attention. We want these rated.
She said, women are great on picking up subtle body language clues. Men, not so much. So keep it simple and overt.
Okay.
So make it clear. These are 5 body language clues that men recognize most.
So do you do you spread your legs and do the hatchet chop?
Oh my God.
So she says, don't just use one, use them all. So here's one of them. Stand close and face him.
Mm-hmm.
That way he can't help but see you. Make lots of eye contact. It's the most obvious flirting signal of all.
Should you rapid fire blink?
No, I don't think so. Make sure that your body language is open. Uncross your arms, relax your shoulders,
Spread your legs.
Turn your torso to face him.
Okay.
These are all sort of seductive, or not, if not seductive, inviting.
Yes. There's one on here that I really, that's like, okay.
Okay.
I don't think they're
definitely interested.
giving you guys enough credit, though. If somebody's making eye contact with you or comes over to talk, I
I can tell in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
That's how I got free French fries from this girl at Burger King in college.
Maybe, but then again, I might be going, I might be wrong. Maybe she's just being nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
So she says, smile directly at him, the know that you want to chat him up. And then this is the one that would do it for me. Look down at the floor and then up to meet his eyes again.
You're on the radio, aren't you?
That's
I recognize that voice.
Wait, why?
Kathy, you want me to do it?
Williams is running for mayor.
Yeah, I want to know why.
Do it. Because this.
Okay.
All right, this is what I'm envisioning. All right, I'm going to do it to you.
Oh, God, I'm going to be creeped
So
out.
here we go.
No,
That's it.
Let me take my glasses off. Let me do it again. Hang on. I want the
doing
cameras to
that.
get this. Should I do it at the camera?
You look up, so
do it at the
Nick
camera.
Murphy can cover it. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Kathy's got a boner.
No, that's too much.
All right.
Stop it.
What's your go-to subtle, inviting look? There's a great scene in the Batman where Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman is walking along.
She's real seductive.
And so the Batman says, "Look back at him." She goes, "If I look back at him, he's gonna think their connection's gonna take place." All right, and she does it. She turns back, and he gets up and walks over. Here we go.
Yeah.
because she knows she's got that.
The look back is definitely, that's a big time
big
signal.
look, yes.
Like a second look at
Like,
that?
so
like-
she
like
saw
as
him
if you're-
once and she passes.
As if you're walking
Yeah.
away.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah.
Oh God.
Also, she's Zoe Kravitz. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like,
I also feel like a subtle touch of the arm.
Yes,
you know,
well, any kind of contact.
With your tongue.
Any kind of contact is definitely going to
Ooh, that's wet. Your tongue's wet.
give me a semi for sure.
So you're saying
Too much?
Yeah, a little.
sort of a demure look down and look up, right?
Yeah, totally.
yeah.
Especially if the head stays down and just the eyes
Right.
come up. And then a little blinky. poo. I keep looking right at her when I do
See,
that.
that would be like, for me, that would be like, there's something I don't like about you. Like, I'm checking your whole
Why
body.
don't we leave this place and go find a Ramada?
Not the head tilt. Not that, yes, you got it. But like, if I were to just like eye you from, head to
Yeah.
toe, like, wouldn't you think, what is she looking at?
Yeah.
Like elevator eyes up and down that whole thing,
Yeah,
or
like if I went like,
well, yeah, like that. There's like zero interest in your expression at all.
cold, dead eyes.
Yeah,
That really,
totally.
that
I
alluring.
was smiling and I did
Dear
that.
God, this poor woman is brain dead.
Maybe because if I'm looking you head to toe, there is something.
Wait, Preston, real quick.
Probably.
Like that moment though, where you feel that connection when they make that look at you, and it doesn't happen often in life, but when it does, there's something very, very palpable about it.
Oh my gosh,
and
yes.
like, and for me anyway, whenever it's happened, it's a sensation that it's like a York peppermint patty. Like I feel it throughout my entire body, and I'm like, oh my God, I actually have a shot with this person.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I got that look from my wife, from Claire. when we were just the first couple of times we'd encountered each other.
There's that,
and I'm like,
Steve, like there's that double take, right? Like you look at her, and then she looks back at you,
right?
And then you do it again,
right?
And you're like, holy crap, I think she might like me.
We wet.
So like we wet. Is that what you said? So what do you do? All right, let's say you have that connection. What do you do? This is for women. This is advice for women. And she says, make the approach yourself. If he is not coming over to you, make the approach yourself. Walk confidently up to him, smile into his face, and say, well, I figured one of us should make a move after that eye contact.
Oh, yeah. You know, we're in such a cynical time that everything you say just sounds like a line. You know, so you got to be inventive.
A pretty good line I saw was in a movie. What was it called?
Did you fart?
No. I'm sorry. I smelled something all the way over here.
Something horrible. I thought perhaps you farted. I was across the room and I smelled something that kind of like okra.
Oh,
okra. I thought perhaps you're from New Orleans and farted.
Wow.
That's a really obscure line.
Listen, if you're trying to stand out from everyone else,
she's telling me that she thinks I'm from New Orleans.
You may want to try that.
She thinks I'm from New Orleans.
There was a movie with. Anyway, I forgot who it was. Anyway, so these two people made this eye contact. They kind of show it back and forth, a little smile, and eventually he goes over and says, "Hey, I thought I would just come over and say hello because we had a little connection."
Right,
He kind of gestured to his eyes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's a good line if you did indeed have that little connection. But anyhow.
I mean, your good eye.
She says, how do you start a conversation? Here's tips. And remember, still, I want to eventually get to the secret signs that he's ready for sex because I think you guys are going to like this. So take a deep breath and smile. This part is easier than you think, she says. Don't stress about what to say. 80% of someone's impression of you and the first sentence you utter has virtually nothing to do with what you're saying. It's whether you've said it with passion, a smile, and a friendly look.
That takes the weight off of... don't say something ridiculous or that's going to turn somebody. We realize you're both kind of trying to figure it out.
Yeah, so concentrate on getting that right, she says, and it's just a smile and a friendly look mainly is what you want to do.
Smile and a Coke.
And she says the best chat-up line is simply one which is appropriate to the situation you're in and something not too challenging. If you're in a sandwich shop and standing in line next, the best thing since sliced bread, sorry, couldn't resist, you're going to sound like an idiot if you come out with, you look like an angel who's dropped from heaven. Better surely say...
liverwurst.
Wait, what?
Do you like liverwurst?
Liverwurst?
It's one of my favorite meat products. I suspect the other one is in your pants.
She says...
I'll take a pound of whatever you got between your legs.
You may want to try something like, have you eaten here before? I can't decide between the chicken or tuna.
And then, oh, God.
Yeah.
You want some tuna? Anyway, I'm gonna jump ahead.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna jump ahead because
Let's get the tuna.
Apparently there are secret signs that he's ready for sex.
Right.
Okay, she says, look for these subtle signs that he's turned on.
He's got a boner.
That he's turned on and ready before you
massive erection.
Before you lean in for that first kiss. All right, so here you go. And I would like someone to illustrate these things, okay?
Okay.
And I can do it if you want to, but he's touching his face more than usual. So
You like this?
Yeah. He's like,
so I would say if you're perhaps like you're doing one of these or stroking your chin or prying your eyes wide open with your index fingers and thumbs.
I do this a lot. I rest my my
finger in your nose,
thumb under my chin, and my index finger on the side of my face. Or you're doing that in case the V with your fingers and sticking your tongue out.
He's just touching his face.
That's all he's doing.
Yep.
All right, his eyes appear shiny and moist.
What?
And
they have to be.
And his pupils are large and dilated.
He's on meth.
He's high.
Yeah, that's strong.
He has 3 testicles.
I smell lightning.
What? Huh? His eyes are...
Seahorses forever.
His pupils are dilated. When totally aroused, pupils can double in size.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. Notice that he's breathing quickly. Yeah.
Okay, so these might find some of these a little troubling.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. No guests on the show today, but we do have an important announcement that's coming up around 9 o'clock, and I'd like you to be in attendance, especially longtime fans of the Preston and Steve show. So 9 o'clock is when that's happening. Before then, we're going to get to our contest. We do have a chance for you to win $1,000, MMR's 20 money. 8 o'clock, that'll be along shortly. But Marissa Magnata has something she wants to share. Is it breaking news?
I mean, look, yesterday I made a little announcement at this time, and it fell a little flat, so I wanted to...
Let me help you here. And now for the most important news you're going to hear this week.
Just something that'll make you smile, I hope. Every day we stream our show on YouTube. It's powered by our friends at Neumann University and Neumann Media. And guys, we just started this really new graphics program where we whipped out all of these old cool graphics that have become T-shirts in the Preston and Steve show and all these fun things. So we're featuring new graphics on the show every day. So if you go to our YouTube page and subscribe, you'll see the new graphics. And we're whipping out some like old ones out of the archive. So it's just really fun, and we're having a good time with it. So little surprise for you guys.
I like it.
Wanted to throw a little smile your way. And anyone listening, if you enjoy making graphics, send me some. Maybe we'll feature yours on our YouTube page. 16:9 YouTube graphic. That's it.
So we're using these basically as thumbnails, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Some of these, looking at some of these have made it onto our blood drive shirts. I've saved every one of our shirts. I have a collection of them at home, and I went through them recently because I was throwing out some old like workout shirts and stuff that I don't wear that often. And I came across all these really great Preston and Steve shirts that we've had throughout the years.
What I love is that we're both Batman in the Preston and Steve because no one wanted to be Robin.
Yeah, there's a Batman logo one, and Steve and I are both Batman.
Yeah, there's some really fun ones coming out. And if you ever are looking for an archive of the Preston and Steve show, it is all there on our YouTube page. You just go to the Preston and Steve WMR page, hit live, and all of our shows are there. If Preston or Steve ever read an email about you, or there's something you want to go reference about the show, it is all listed there.
Very nice. Very nice.
Back to your announcement from yesterday, though. Is there anything with that? Did the phones work?
There's a new program on our phone screen.
Hey, all right.
So I think we're getting there.
Okay.
All right. Does that program at any level facilitate talking to people far away?
Steve?
What?
Yes.
It comes with that little ability.
Included with the software.
All right. Thank you, Marissa. All right. I think it's time to do Totally Presbo today. Yeah.
Totally Presbo.
Yes.
Hi, Presbo.
I'm actually, you know what? No, wait, hold on. I'm going to do...
Not Totally Presbo.
Give me breaking news, because I'm going to share something with you that Kathy...
Breaking news.
I had realized this morning, we're sitting there, we have the TV on. Kathy and I are alone in our office as we prep for the show together. It's our little quiet moment together.
That's right.
And all of a sudden we hear, special news reports. Breaking news. And we're like, uh-oh. And we look up and we see the graphic, and we turn around to the TV, and they go to, and I had completely forgotten, the Papal Conclave.
Yes.
And we're like, oh, okay.
They got one.
And they're showing the smokestack. And we're looking at it, we're like, is that black or white?
Black.
It's black. Okay. And the big special report was there's no Pope yet.
Okay.
So here's the report on what's not happening.
Nothing is happening.
So it's the black means no, and then white means yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Right, and they've had to actually add like some chemicals to the smoke
to make it more pronounced,
because
right?
apparently it was a little confusing because
Yeah.
initially it will come out, and then afterwards is when you see the color, so people were kind of getting confused.
So here's what I realized about that, Kathy, this morning. I didn't share this with you. I have realized that Catholicism, for ages, and we didn't even know this, they are the ones who have invented the gender reveal. With this,
Seriously.
with this method, it is the first of a type of a gender reveal. So that's kind of, blue or pink, white or black. They were the ones who started this. So that's why we have, it's forest fires every now and then and stuff like that.
Yeah, and people blowing up things. It is a rather nondescript looking chimney, to carry the weight of this decision.
Kind of a weird little smokestack.
Yeah.
But Preston, it's funny because we have a Book of Saints. It's kind of like a bathroom reader. It's in our downstairs bathroom. And I'm looking at the Book of Saints going to the bathroom one day, and It dawned on me.
How beautiful.
No, it dawned on me that Saints are the original Hall of Fame, right? Like, that's what that is.
Oh,
It's like the Hall of Fame of people.
Yeah.
You know?
No, you're
like,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, for the church.
Yep.
That's their Hall of Fame.
That's
The first trading cards. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So anyhow, it was just an observation I made, and I figured I'd tie it in with breaking news. All right.
Totally Presbo.
How about we segue to the kinkiest states in the United States?
All right.
All right. So a company called Smut Finder.
Well, they seem like the people to do this.
Yeah, I think they work through the Vatican.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
So.
They have their chimney in the back.
It's a site for custom erotic stories. They came up with the kink scores for each state based on 5 metrics: online searches for adult content, online searches for adult stores and related terms, online searches for fetish-related terms and BDSM, and numbers of OnlyFans creators and the number of strip clubs.
Okay, so these are all built on search metrics.
That is correct. So it comes from a 15-month analysis of data from the U.S. Census Bureau, Google Keyword Planner, and Only4 search, and the data is adjusted for the population of each state. But the site insists the rankings aren't about kink shaming. They're about understanding, and the goal is to get a better insight into where interest in adult content and experience is most concentrated. So if you were to guess what state is the kinkiest, anybody want to take a wild shot?
If you're talking about Sin City,
might be
right? Talk about Vegas.
I think it's going to be
so Nevada.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Utah.
I was just going to say
because
that.
the repressed nature, and they end up going online more, and you have outlets, Steve, like you do in Vegas. So
Sure,
I would vote Utah over Nevada.
Over Nevada.
All right, you already see Case?
Yeah, but I didn't look until I had a guess, and I was right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say the exact same thing, Nick said. I'm going with Utah.
No, it's actually Nevada. Steve had said that correctly.
right.
And I think because they include in here
That's right, man. Look at that BDSM.
Strip clubs and things like that. You're not going to find that in Utah. I think people are going to do that. They're going to be kinky in the privacy of their own home.
Right.
Yeah.
But this is more public.
Like it was meant to be.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you this though. Also, you have the bordellos. You have the accessible prostitution, which is legal.
Yeah.
And so you got to do your Google search to find out. You look at the Yelp reviews.
Yeah.
Aren't they legal outside of Vegas?
That I don't know.
I think that in Vegas itself, illegal.
Correct.
Like the Bunny Ranch has to be, and places like that have to be outside of either Clark County or the city limits or whatever. I've heard.
Yeah, when you've been out there, Nick, on the top of the cabs and stuff like that, you'll see those places advertised, but you're right, they're never within Vegas proper.
Yeah.
So second on this list is Colorado, Oregon, Texas, Wyoming. They're not all second. This is following in order.
Oh, okay.
Washington is number 6, and then you have Montana, Florida, and Alaska. Now, the tamest states when it comes to kink.
Who's got their kink game so comprehensive that they don't need to do any searching on? Let me see.
I was shocked at this, to be honest.
All right. Then if you're saying you were shocked, then let's go with California.
Okay. Anybody else? Or do you care?
New York.
All right. New Jersey.
What? What?
I know, right?
What?
And I'm shocked. Second, Delaware.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Right. We almost got the tri-state trifecta. Pennsylvania is not in the top 10.
Do you know why?
Why?
Blueberries, Jersey, tax-free shopping, Delaware.
Okay.
Yeah.
They
have other issues.
All right. Third is South Dakota, then Maryland, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Wisconsin, New Mexico, Alabama, and South Carolina. So those are the least kinky states
And so
in the union.
the least searches for things that are germane to kink, as we understand it.
Yes, as well as number of strip clubs and OnlyFans creators and adult stores and related terms as well.
They got one of those PlayStation things that you were shopping for the other day?
The Blow Station.
The Blow Station, yeah.
If you missed that conversation the other day, I told Rochelle about it. I'm like, I talked about that on the air today. We went to Adult World to buy a gag gift for somebody, and I saw this thing I had never seen before in my life. There were tons of things I saw in there that I'd never seen. I haven't been in one of those places in ages. And it is a controller. It looks like a PS5 controller.
Yeah.
Yet it's got this receptacle to put your unit in, and you have controls on this to make it do different things to give you different sensations. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And then we found a video of it that actually goes inside of it, and
it looks like it will rip your junk off.
And it's got a little remote holder for your phone so you can watch porn while you're using it. It is out of control.
And
man.
I don't get this, Preston. It actually is a cup holder.
Wow.
Yeah.
The blow station. So you'll need to do a little search if I didn't describe it well enough for you.
We should buy one and try to return it to a GameStop.
Oh, my God.
What?
All right.
Is this for the Wii?
Next story.
Totally Presbo.
So the photographer of the world's most viewed image wished that he had gotten more cash for his work. You would know the picture if you saw it. It's been on computers for decades, or actually decades ago, when you fired up your Windows XP. It's one with green rolling hill, blue sky, and the clouds. The picture is called Bliss. Sam, if you want to look that up, look up, photograph Bliss and pull it up on our monitor here.
Pulls it up immediately.
Yeah. It was taken by photographer Chuck O'Lear, who was armed with a Mamiya RZ67 camera, a tripod, a color Fuji film.
So that particular camera looks a lot like a blow station, Preston.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Microsoft saw it as a stock photo and decided to purchase the rights to it from O'Lear, who had no clue how it would be used. O'Lear isn't allowed to say what he paid for the picture, but he was reportedly in the low six figures.
Okay.
Looking back, he wishes that he considered how huge the picture would become and boosted that check amount significantly higher.
I mean, if you're talking exposure to a picture in the computer age, as they say, this is off the charts.
Yeah. And I wonder if it was easy to find out, or if they even had to give photo credit. Since they bought it, they probably didn't have to give credit.
No, yeah, you're probably right. It's funny because I have a number of stock photo services that I use, just when I'm putting together a video or whatever. And they're, now the footage and stuff is so, there's just tons and tons of stuff. But somewhere, someone's getting paid. And for us, like we have Getty Images. So you got to make sure, man, if you use a photo that is registered with somebody or a photographer, they got to get paid.
Yeah, I use the search engine Bing, and one of the things I love about it is each day you click on it is a different cover photo.
Right.
And it's beautiful photography. You know, they've chosen them for how stunning they look, and every day is a new one. I love it.
They're animated too a lot, aren't they? Sometimes they'll be moving.
Rarely.
Okay,
very rarely, and they will do things that are seasonal, like around Christmas time. You can click a button and it'll add snow or things like that. But no, it's usually just a still photo. But it's gorgeous scenery, stark color differences, and really cool. I do appreciate a good good photograph.
There's a wonderful one that just popped up, Preston, in England, of the Victorian blow station.
Oh wow, wow. So yeah, this guy could have gotten bank big time.
Yeah.
But you don't know.
You don't know.
He probably thought that low six figures. I don't know. Couple $100,000 is like hell yes.
It's accidental. Like there was a guy, apparently a hillbilly, Preston, who was shooting for some food.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah. And he hit an oil well.
No way.
Up from the ground?
It was like bubbling crude.
Oh, okay. Wow.
A Texas tea.
Yeah.
But the first thing you know, this guy...
Stop it.
He's a millionaire. My goodness. All right.
Also, listen, if he would have raised the price, they might have said, no, we'll just go and take another picture.
Exactly.
I have a picture of a 50-gallon drum I'll use instead. Yeah.
So it was actually probably a good haul for him. All right, here we go.
Totally Presbo.
So I saw this article. I'm sorry, I keep interrupting Getty. If you want to.
Hi, Presbo.
Yeah, thank you. Which, by the way, real quick, you mentioned Getty Images.
Yes.
So it's spelled Getty Images.
Oh, yeah.
Getty's Instagram account is at Getty Geddy Images.
Oh, that's funny.
His Instagram account. He posts a lot of great pictures, so I thought that was pretty clever. All right, so according to home security experts, this is, by the way, an article about the first place that burglars try to break into your home. The first place that they will target.
That they target. Okay, I'm very curious to hear
the entry point. So it's important. Knowing where someone is most likely to break in is important, and it turns out there's one place the bad guys tend to target first, and it is your front door.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where they go first. With a third of home burglars entering that way. And the reason is simple. It's the easiest way to get in the house.
Would the second be the back door?
Let's see. 81% of burglars enter through the first floor. These are some of the things from the International Association of Certified Home Inspectors, they did the research. 34% go through the front door. So 81%, most of them go to the first floor. 34% go to the front door. 23% enter through a first floor window. And then 22%, just a little behind that, Steve, go to the back door.
All right.
Back door. That's what I would have thought.
The back door, yeah. A little more discreet.
Yeah.
Not in front of
what?
Whoever might be walking by or driving by.
If you're going to raise attention, though, someone can be going up to the front door and they go, "Oh, I'm making a delivery."
Right.
Someone you don't know by the back door is more likely to raise concern.
Suspicious, yeah.
Now, I'm a security nut. I go crazy for this stuff, and I have everything illuminated, and I have cameras all around. The truth of the matter is, if someone wants to get in, they're going to get in. But I try. My mother used to be this way, so I am fastidiously locking doors, making sure windows are locked all the goddamn time.
I do the same thing. So cameras all over. Like they wouldn't be able to enter anywhere without a camera catching them.
Yes.
But also, someone will can walk in through my front door. I shut the door and lock it.
Yeah.
And I didn't grow up like that. We grew up. Our doors were open. Anybody could walk in.
Kath, I was going to say the same. We grew up with unlocked doors.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't even know if we had a key to the house. Like they would have to search for a key and sometimes have a key made when we went away on vacation so they could lock up.
Oh my God, Kathy. It was in my household. I think when you turned 10, you got a key to the house, which is so funny because we never locked the door, the front door, the back door, none of it. Like, why would you? It was like the rite of passage, but it meant nothing.
So my wife, growing up on Long Island, and it was in Farmingdale, Long Island. And my sister-in-law lives in a house right now, and it was only till fairly recently, I think, where they would lock the doors. Cars would be unlocked.
Yeah.
It just was nothing you thought of. We were living on Long Island as well in East Northport, which was very crime-free. But my mother was completely the opposite way. You lock the screen door. If you're out back, all the front doors are locked.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Kath, the girl that I dated in college, they left all their doors open. They left their keys in the ignition to their car.
Wow.
That's like,
wow.
With a sign that said all the paperwork is in the glove compartment.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
But Kath, but now, no. I grew up like that, but doors are locked all the time.
So you were in
all the time.
an even more...
We're a really safe area. Really safe neighborhood, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter anymore.
And part of that is Rochelle. Rochelle's very fastidious about that.
Yeah. Good luck to anybody who wants to try and enter my house with my dogs. Especially Reggie.
Ours too.
Yeah, like Reggie he jumps so high and he's barking and jumping. And essentially, his head gets to the top of the door jam. It's
Let me
insane.
ask you, though.
Yeah.
Once inside, would Reggie walk over with your checkbook in his mouth?
Not right away.
Right.
Not right away.
Because sometimes the dog that can be a great noise system just folds when someone comes in the house.
You have to be a few steps into the house for, I would say, at least 30 seconds before Reggie becomes your best friend.
All right.
Okay. So they also 9% enter through the garage if they're going to rip you off. 4% get in through the basement, and another 4% through an unlocked entrance. 2% go through a storage area, and another 2% enter anywhere on the second floor.
Have you had any near
break-ins?
Freaking voice today. At your house ever?
No.
Yeah.
Not that
Never
I'm aware
have.
of. Yeah. You?
No.
Okay.
No.
I had somebody pull on the car door in the middle of the night and caught them. Yeah, we caught them on the camera. And the only reason I looked was because my neighbor's car got stolen. So we knew that they were in the neighborhood. And yeah, they came up to the driveway and they pulled on my door handle.
Somebody threw cheese on our windshield.
Son of a bitch.
What was that?
What the hell's happening in the world?
There was a thing going through our neighborhood where the kids were taking No, I think it was on the window.
All right.
If I remember correctly. But a lot of neighbors had it done.
Yeah.
in our
Trouble some neighborhood you live in.
Right?
You got cheese.
The mean streets.
Yeah. The cheese streets.
Grew up on those.
Watch yourself.
I grew up on those cheese streets.
I think it was my sophomore year in college, Steve. I lived in a triple, and we had our room broken into, and the window, quote unquote, locks weren't locks. It was an old dorm. And the thieves took the stereo system, cash. My friend Dave's wallet was and like. I don't even remember if we'd been drinking the night before. It doesn't matter. You wake up the next day and you see that the stuff is gone. And first of all, you can't believe it. You think you're very confused.
This has to be wrong.
And then it's just this feeling of like violation.
Yes.
And like it just feels like you feel naked. It's an awful, awful feeling. If
That's when you need a
it.
big pile of poop in the middle of the room.
Yeah, well, there's a tie-in.
Do you know a man that's well respected in his field that can come by and do that for you?
That guy might have been in there.
Poop in your house if you're trying to keep the thieves away. Right in the center of the room, and a big pile too.
Yeah.
All right. So research reveals that about 42% of people leave their doors and windows unlocked when they are home, but that is not the only home security concern. To reduce your risk of burglary, here are some tips.
Yes, please. I'm good with this stuff.
Avoid hiding spare keys. Burglars know how to look under mats and under flower pots.
Yeah, but what if you have a rock that
looks that's not a real rock?
Yeah, one that is bizarrely bright.
Yeah.
Move valuables away from windows.
Yes.
Leaving them near the first floor windows makes them tempting targets for smash and grabs. Make your home look occupied and lived in.
Yes.
Burglars may be less likely to break in if they think someone is actually at home. And add sensors and security systems. Obviously, door sensors, window sensors, glass break sensors can all help protect your home.
Do you know how I make my house look lived in, Preston? I never leave.
Good idea.
My friend leaves for the summer, and I'm not kidding you. She leaves her outside lights on for the entire summer.
Wow.
They just stay on.
Really?
But like, I know, we know when she's gone because we're like, it's the middle of the day and her lights are all on.
So we have a light system that we had a guy, Dave is his name, and he's a big fan of the station and the show and everything. And he was advising me, and he says, if you have those lights that flick on, that they're off and they turn on when there's a proximity thing, he says if the thief has already committed to get that far to activate the light, they're just going to follow through.
Wow.
He says the real preventative thing is to have the light on.
Already on.
So my lights are on, and then if someone gets closer, it raises up a bit. But otherwise, the lights are always on the perimeter of the house.
All right. Here is another topic we're going to go to.
Totally Presbo.
This is pretty
Presbo.
Thanks. Sorry, Case. It's pretty subjective, but the question is, what country has the best looking people?
Oh, all right. I'm going to guess here.
Okay.
I want to hear this guess because you might be right.
I'm going to go with the Czech Republic.
Okay.
Because I've not been, but the people in Prague are some of the most beautiful people on the planet.
Okay.
My cousin went to Croatia, had to go there for work for a while, and he said they were the most beautiful women he's ever seen.
Where?
In Croatia.
In Croatia.
And he has traveled all over the place.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go completely off book here. I'm going to go Poland.
Poland. Okay.
I'm going to recuse myself.
Steve has seen this article.
Okay. Man.
So many people will be biased and rule where they live as having the hottest residence, but according to Insider Monkey and Reddit users.
You're a little monkey.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Monkey!
Colombia is reportedly home to the most beautiful women in the world.
You got relatives there?
I do, yes. My brother-in-law and his wife, she is Colombian from there. The site led a survey through Reddit in which users voted on which countries they think have the most stunners. And Colombian women were described as having the highest beauty ideals across the globe with healthier hair, exotic eyes, and feminine expressions. Coming in at number 2 on the list, Poland.
Okay.
There you go.
Yes.
I'll tell you this, though. I've, to your point, Nick, I've been to Prague and I've been to Budapest. We took that river cruise. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Everyone, at least Preston, it was my experience that people going out during the day weren't thrown on by sweats and flip-flops.
Yeah.
Everyone is done up. They're good-looking people.
And you get like the really beautiful blonde hair, crystal blue eyes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so Reddit described Polish women as among the most attractive women in the world because most have high cheekbones, full lips, and pale skin.
You're describing me.
A lighter complexion can be attractive, and a darker complexion can be attractive too. So, yeah, it all depends on the makeup. Not like what you put on your face, but how you are
Depends
made.
on if they make themselves pretty.
That too.
I really look like a mess before I glob this crap on.
Greek women
Yes.
came in third. They made the cut. Voters said that they'd rather admire the women here than the country's natural landmarks, which is saying a lot.
The first girl I had a crush on in school was Michelle Martakis. This was in elementary school. Greek.
Okay.
Greek.
Mm-hmm.
And Russia and the Czech Republic, Nick,
All right.
rounded
go.
out the top
There
5
you go.
countries with the most attractive
Number
ladies.
5.
Now, who has the bottom 5 uggos?
Survey, it doesn't say in this article. Survey participants found beauty in Russian women's unique features such as their eye colors, and Czech women were described as having diverse looks that set them apart from the rest of the world.
Do you think that East Coast girls are hip?
Well, I mean, with the styles they wear, yeah.
Preston, you've been to both Norway and Sweden. Do you think they fall into this category?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it was very stereotypical.
Yeah.
Blonde, tall, blue eyes, real pretty. I saw plenty of that.
Yeah, I want to get there
Look,
too.
everyone, it's a Presbo.
Where was the place that you flew and you didn't remember that you flew there? I forget the story, but like you did a small flight and you're like, oh, wait, I did make it to Finland. Or maybe I'm getting that story wrong.
No, I do remember that.
No. So we had the guy who played Chewbacca in, and I thought he was from Norway, but he was actually from Finland.
Right.
And I had been to Finland, but just to Helsinki. And not to, and I started rattling off all these towns in Norway, and he's like, "I do not know what you are talking about." Damn it!
This is the dumbest mother I ever talked to.
But we did take a flight over the archipelago from Stockholm to near Helsinki and then back around. But Rochelle and I took a short one-night cruise to Helsinki and spent the day in Helsinki and then came back.
That's cool.
But yeah, a lot of beautiful people around the world, most definitely. And a lot of Uggs too, Steve.
Yeah, well, I'm in that category. That's why I'm way down in the bottom of the pit, so I can comment.
A lot of beautiful people in the world, just not here in the United States.
Yeah. Just not here where I'm standing.
Case, what do you think? I have a super short one we can do.
Yeah, let's
real quick.
do
All
it.
right, last one.
Hi, Presbo. Totally Presbo.
So there's a downside to the backyard poultry movement, meaning you have chickens at home.
Yeah.
The CDC is announcing a multi-state outbreak of salmonella involving backyard poultry in 6 states.
I have the chicks in my garage right now. The eggs.
do?
They're hatching this weekend.
Oh, through that farm?
Yeah, through Quiver Farm.
So you liked it so much you went back and you're doing it
Well,
again.
Jace-
Now these are going to be eaten, right?
Well, no, listen, Jace loved it. He asked me, he was like, hey, can we do that again? I have 4 nieces and nephews. They're all young. And so they've named the eggs. We're going to watch them hatch together. Everybody's involved in rotating them and keeping them, healthy before they hatch.
Kath, I love the ducks way more. That was like the coolest thing. They hatched, and then you put them in the bathtub, and they immediately started like swimming.
And then they drowned because you realized they were chickens.
Man.
I did the chicks again because I know you said that. We did do the ducks before, but I liked the chicks better, and only because after they hatch, you can put them in the yard and they follow you like you're their mother.
That's adorable.
The ducks kind of
that.
scattered and were a little like skittish. The chicks think that you're mom and they come with you.
The other day, Rochelle and I were in the car and we were talking about something very serious. And it was, we were deep into the conversation. And as we were approaching whatever intersection, there was a 2 geese and a group of babies. And so we're in the middle of this really heavy conversation. I go, oh, look at the baby geese. And she was like, oh. It was just adorable.
I just don't think we connect anymore, and I wanted to look at the geese.
Yeah.
So cute.
Yeah. So anyhow, 7 people have been reportedly gotten sick from contact with infected ducks or chickens. CDC health experts are offering tips for reducing risks of salmonella, saying wash your hands for 20 seconds after touching birds, their supplies, or collecting eggs. They also recommend using a pair of dedicated boots or shoes for your chicken coop and take them off before you enter your house.
Yeah, it's pretty messy in there.
Coop shoes? Yeah, where you are right now? Are they crapping?
Oh, no, not yet because they haven't even hatched yet. But no, like in the chicken coops, they get terribly nasty and they smell awful.
Steve, coop shoes?
Coop shoes.
I like that term. I like it. Salmonella symptoms include fever, diarrhea, and stomach cramps.
I have that right now.
6 hours to 6 days after being exposed. So you do have to be careful if you have animals around. And those are one that you have to be aware of. All right, that's all for Presbo.
Bye, Presbo.
All right.
Totally Presbo.
All right, we will take a break. When we return, we have your opportunity to win $1,000. It's Preston and Steve's 20 money, and it's wrapping up tomorrow, so don't miss your opportunity to win that money. And I'm going to mention again, we have a very important announcement. It's coming up at 9 o'clock, and highly recommend that you tune in. As I said, it's important. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. Sentences are short and half finished. This is clearly an addict that we're talking to. Yeah, they're short and half finished. His hand, thigh, or knee accidentally touches yours. Okay.
So that's an interesting thing. I think that if your legs, if you're sitting side by side, or you're, that gentle touch as they just sort of by happenstance, that's an indicator. And neither side recoils in terror.
She also says to notice if his thighs are tense.
You have very tense thighs.
Now, how do you do
I
that?
couldn't help but notice that your thighs are very tense. They need a deep tissue massage.
I don't
You like liverwurst? I do.
I don't know how
I like pimento loaf.
I guess maybe if they're wearing shorts.
I could see in your tight shorts, your thighs are very tense.
Yep.
Do you have a taut scrotum?
Ooh.
I mean wrinkleless.
Does anybody?
Smooth.
Like billiard balls.
All right, you may notice that his lips are red and swollen.
You look like an idiot. You're making out with a pepper?
His lips are red and swollen.
A texter says these are the same symptoms if you have rabies.
And then finally, his nostrils flare.
To me, that's an aggressive.
So
you look like a charging bull.
Yeah. So let's sum this up. His pupils are dilated. He's breathing quickly. His lips are red and swollen, and his nostrils flare.
He's using bath salt.
I'm scared.
He's ready to rip your face off.
Why don't you take this upstairs?
So, ladies, that's what you have to look forward to when a man is interested.
What do you think is one of the best sort of initial exchanges captured in a movie where I was watching Defending Your Life with Albert Brooks, and the way he's conversing with Meryl Streep in that movie is a very, very organic,
very easy
conversation, very easy going. They're not playing roles; they're just themselves.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Where people just all of a sudden, when you slide into a groove very easily, that you can tell. That doesn't mean that an awkward first meeting is that things are off the table.
No,
Sometimes it can work out that way.
Yeah.
Good Will Hunting was pretty good with Matt Damon and Minnie Driver.
Where did they? Oh yeah.
The meeting at the bar, and I mean he's a genius.
Matt Damon.
She's into him because of his ability, and then he doesn't go for her right away. You know.
Right. In fact, she comes over to him. That's a great line later on. She's like, "You blew it.
Yeah.
I've been sitting here all night waiting for you to come over here and talk to me."
Yeah.
And she gives him the phone number.
Yeah.
So she made the aggressive move.
He got her number.
Yeah. I got her number.
I like apples.
Yeah.
Do you like liverwurst?
I'm a genius.
What if you had held him? Do you like liverwurst?
Not particularly.
What's this guy talking about?
He's a genius. Go with it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He may be eccentric.
You like liverwurst?
Yeah.
Smart man.
All right. Well, anyhow, meeting men without actually getting out in the real world and meeting men. These are some tips for ladies or men who are interested in getting out and meeting more people. So just thought I'd share.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff in
Pass that
that.
info along.
Yeah.
All right. It is, there's a hunky man, and it's today's day. Today is his day. It's Thor's Day. And we have your opportunity to win a Thor Love and Thunder prize pack right now. I'll take call number 12 at 215-263-WMMR. You get $60 in Fandango codes and a Thor Love and Thunder t-shirt and a mini poster that comes along to you. And by the way, Thursday is named after Thor. After
is.
the Norse god of Thor.
How about that?
Thor's Day is Thursday. So caller number 12, let's get you in there. And the movie opens in theaters everywhere tomorrow. 215-263-WMMR is the number. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. And the Bizarre File. And also we're going to talk to Matt McGinnis from Mystery Science Theater 3000 about Blobfest, which is returning live this year in Phoenixville. We'll be right back. So the last time we had a chance to speak with members of this band, they were in transit. They were on a bus. We had this great conversation.
Fantastic.
And it was our first interaction with the band, and now we've got everybody who is in our studio here. Did everybody else get the emails about excited people that they were coming in today? I got an email from somebody who has rescheduled their vacation around their tour.
Wow.
That is how rabid their fans are. Please welcome Josh, Zach, Travis, and Claudio from Coheed and Cambria this morning. Gentlemen, good morning. Good to see you again.
Good morning.
Last time, all right, I'm not hearing them coming through here, Rodney. I want to make sure I have this. Hold on a second, Casey.
We will not stand for anything that's inferior.
Yeah, we already had that a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
So, no, the last time, Claudio, you were on a bus. We chatted with you. Are you guys, your tour doesn't start just yet, though, right?
No, we're actually headed to Lidditz for dress rehearsals.
I keep hearing great things about that soundstage there. Like all the bands go there so can you explain to the layperson what it is that you do there?
Well, it's more of like dress rehearsals. So it's really if you have a lot of like, at least from my understanding, because we don't typically go there, but because we have props and video and things like that, it gives like the production a chance to run the system.
And that's what it's the facility's designed to accommodate that.
Yes.
So, yeah, because we've had who's
I mean, the Stones were there.
Yeah.
Fish goes there.
Metallica.
Yeah. Are there other places like that in the country, or?
I mean, probably. But I think this is the one we're aware of primarily because our old tour manager lives in that town and now works for the facility.
There you go.
Okay,
so you get a discount.
When it comes to the production, so we just played Rush, and I had a chance to talk to Geddy Lee one time, and I'm a lifelong Rush fan, and when I go to the shows, that's one of the things I love. They would put movie screens up. They would have inflatables. They would do these things that were part of the music that was being played as well, to interact and give you this visual as well as audio sense thing. And I'd ask, I'm like, okay, you guys just don't sit down and come up with that stuff yourself, do you? He's like, no, there are people that help out with this. What about with you guys and the production value of your show? Do you have people that listen to the music and go, okay, here's what I envision this looking like?
I wish it was like that. No, so typically I'll draw like a very crude sketch of what I imagine and then like send it off to management, and then they'll find somebody that can, put the pieces together in terms of like financially.
So like if you want a Stonehenge, but you accidentally put the inches instead of feet. Right. Okay. I was thinking the same thing.
Same line, because to me that seems. But you're, and we talked last time, and I've since taken a more active approach in listening to a lot of your stuff, because we love progressive, concept albums, and we love the whole predicate for your musical journey across these different albums and the sci-fi elements and so on and so forth. But it's got to be hard when you're putting together a show, because it's so in your minds and you've lived with it for so long, in that staging process, to say, how do I convey this thought? Because it's so near and dear to you to at some point say, all right, you do it now. It's got to be hard, right?
Right, absolutely. But, I also understand, like, with trying to put together a production like this, there are going to be limitations. I'm not making like the Star Wars movies.
Right,
so there's
right.
like trying to find these pieces that are really both resemble the story properly and also just the lineage of the band.
Right.
So like picking those things. And so it's a delicate process. That's why it's so hard to just kind of hand off. It needs to work in both domains.
It's amazing when you encounter someone who's very creative and can do that. I think that actually is an evolution in the step of being creative, is to say, to get your people where you can go, okay, now you can, I'm going to pass this along to you, because you have to at some point, because the general product will suffer if you don't have someone doing that.
Right.
Yeah.
I was curious about, when you are rehearsing for a tour, if when you guys go and you get in this performance space and do it, if you will try to get where, okay, guys, we're going to run it all the way through from beginning to end as if there's an audience there. Do you try to do that, or you do? Okay.
Yeah.
So with similar amount of breaks in between songs, like, you only have a certain amount of time, you go right into this other song. And then obviously you do that for a little while once you get out on the road and you've perfected it a few shows into that.
Yeah. I mean, it's really...
Because some people, I'm sorry to interrupt, but some people, I think like Pearl Jam is kind of like, all right, here's the set list for tonight. Here's what we're going to do,
You don't have kind of that luxury.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So, but to that point, I mean, how long into a tour routinely does it take before you've got the product the way you want it?
Oh, that's a good question.
And I just reduced what you do to a product.
right. With lights and programming and whatever that is, that usually takes a couple of weeks. But for us, it is. We got to understand our bodies, and there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of action. We don't just sort of rely on the visuals.
Right.
Coheed has been a very energetic band, the 20 years we've been one. So it's we need to take that into consideration. We don't, our health,
Right, right.
So that's why we run it front to back, is to make sure that we can breathe.
Claudio, as an artist, I'm curious as to how do you know when something is finished? Be it a song or a stage production or whatever. Like, because so much artistic vision goes into it, and I think artists sometimes don't know: am I done with this? Did I do it the way that I wanted to do it? So how do you know? All right, I'm done now, and now I can move on to the next one.
It's tough because you're never really done. Right. Like I want to say it's safe to say with this last record, I feel pretty complete just because the music has been around for so long. But typically the music is alive for a moment. You record it, you put it out, and you can't help but like sit and sort of nitpick it and think about the things that you could have done better. That happens. So. But usually for me, when I know a song is done, is when I'm pretending I'm Josh. Yeah. And I'm like slamming air drums, and I'm like getting super
You're
emotional.
hearing it as an audience member, basically.
Right.
Oh, okay.
You mentioned Josh, your drummer, and when we spoke to you last, you said you made an interesting comment. And I wish I had the exact quote, but Steve, I think you had asked him, if there was something you wish people appreciated more about the band or something like that. And I think you said something along the line, I wish they knew even more so what a great drummer Josh is.
Yes.
So he gave you this big time love on our program, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw it. It was incredible.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. We've all been playing music together for a very long time and in different bands, and when I first saw Josh play, he was playing in a band with his brother, and I just remember being like so fixed and fascinated on him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, it would just be incredible to one day play with him. And I think we had one night had a few beers together, and we were maybe.
And then we will take a look at traffic. We have a chance to win $1,000 right now.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
Where are the sausages?
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money keyword.
All right, and the word is player, Player. You have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it on the MMR app or at WMMR.com. Or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each MMR winner will get a pair of MM barbecue tickets for Saturday as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com. And Preston and Steve's 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. The word again is player, Player. Enter that now.
Those kids, he's going to be a soccer player.
What is that?
He's going to be a soccer player.
All right, let's get a look at traffic. Kathy, what's going on?
In Newark, 95 northbound, stop traffic from the Maryland state line to 896. It's an accident that's blocking 2 left lanes that's causing this backup this morning. Out of the northeast on 95 southbound, that's jammed from Cotman all the way into the Vine Expressway. The Vine westbound jams the length. Blue Road northbound, heavy 95 to the Media bypass. And then on the southbound side, slowing up from the Mid-County tolls to the Schuylkill Media bypass to Baltimore Pike. Schuylkill Expressway westbound jams Passyunk to South Street, City to Gladwin, and then again at the Blue Road eastbound side, slowing 202 into Belmont, heavy the Boulevard into University. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound slows from Route 1 to Willow Grove. That's because of an accident off to the shoulder. 30 bypass eastbound, backing up 340 to 113, and then in New Jersey, 42 north slows Blackwood Clementon Road to 295, 55 northbound, backing up Deptford to 42. This traffic report brought to you by AAA Car Care. Come into your local AAA Car Care Center and get a $39.99 full synthetic oil change plus a free tire rotation. Restrictions apply. Offer ends May 31st. Details at AAA.com/mycar. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, before Bizarre File, real quick, a couple of shout-outs and butt plug. This one is, I'm a little late on this. It says, this is from Mom Bralski.
Mom Bralski.
Eileen is her name. Bralski is her last name, but she signed it Mom Bralski. She said, on May 5th, can you wish my son a belated birthday? Shart. His birthday is the 4th of May. My family have been listening since Y100, and Michael will be 43.
Wow.
So since he is a little... since he was a little Shart fan, thank you, Mom, Pop, Tana, and Stash. And it's just that you look so nice today, bitches. That's what she says. So here's the chart. And sorry for my tardiness on that. Here's one for tomorrow.
Aha.
I'm going to do
it.
I'm going to do it now.
I
Just
love
to get
it.
it out of the way and make sure I don't miss it. This is from Heather. She says, my boyfriend, John Davenport, celebrates the Big 5-0 Friday, May 9th. He'll be delighted to receive a shout out as he's a fairly new listener. And we've been dating for 5 years, and I turn him on to you guys. He enjoys the Fill a Trunk, the Camp Out for Hunger, and Clearwater broadcast in person and not just on the radio. He's got a heart of gold, always sees the good in others, and has the patience of a saint. Love him so much, and he deserves the world. And a juicy shout out, of course. So thank you guys. You guys rock. There's a shout out. And then this butt plug I want to pass along is very serious. Our friends at Phil Abundance, they sent out an important funding update yesterday. And this is not good news for these guys. And you know how much Phil Abundance means to us.
Yeah, everything.
So some of the funding updates, and I just wanted to put the emphasis on they need help. Local food purchase assistance, the LFPA funding, has been eliminated. And this change results in the loss of $1.5 million used to purchase food from local PA farmers and distribute to the neighbors in need, equating about 1.1 million fewer meals distributed in the coming year. And this reduces their food purchase budget by 18%. Jeez. That's a huge hit. And also, the Emergency Food Assistance Program, TFAP, changes. It's a federal nutrition program in which USDA purchases food from U.S. farmers and makes these foods available to food banks to distribute to our neighbors in need. Last month, they learned that a portion of their TFAP had been canceled for the rest of the fiscal year, a loss of $525,000 worth of food. And they said the need today is higher than at any point during the pandemic. Over 600,000 people in the area do not have enough to eat, including 1 in 6 children, 1 in 3 children in Philadelphia alone. And food prices in our region are 25% higher than they were in 2020. That's a lot, gang, a quarter higher. The cost of food, coupled with fewer resources and rising need, is putting a strain on their ability to help more of our neighbors. And with impacts looming around tariffs and proposed cuts to SNAP, which are food stamps and school meals, the resources may be stretched even further. So they're in a critical spot. Camp Out for Hunger is a long way away.
It sure is.
We will lend our biggest support when we get to that time, but they need your help now. They need financial support. They need you to lend your voice and join their advocacy network as well. So if you can make a donation, it'll go directly to helping replace meals that were lost due to cuts and increase their ability to provide support for those in need. So you can volunteer as well. Marissa is a board member at Phil Abundance, and you can check them out at philabundance.org. But it's important. So I just wanted to stress that and give them a big butt plug about that. Yeah, Marissa.
Yeah, if you're interested, as you said, Preston, volunteerism is so important. We have our big 40th gala. There's just a couple tickets available left. It's Wednesday. And also on June 22nd, it is Fans Feeding Family Night at the Phillies game. So if you want to come out, you can bring a donation to the game, and a portion of your tickets will go towards Phil Abundance.
Okay,
so
terrific.
There's so many ways, to incorporate your life and
It's
help
also,
out Phil Abundance.
Marissa, sort of a clarion call to other businesses that they have perhaps the ability to have an event where a percentage of the proceeds could go to Phil Abundance. Hearing this, they might be excited to do so.
So wanted to give that a butt plug, friend. So we've done that very thing. In case you're going to, thank you. All right, now we have the B file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Adam Home Services. Get a $59 AC tune-up guaranteed to keep your system running or your money back. You can call the pros. Call Adam, AdamHomeServices.com. You may have seen this. I got sent it 100 times yesterday, but it seems that Rocket Raccoon's fallen on hard times because instead of saving the Marvel Universe, he's smoking meth in Ohio, or at least a raccoon that looks a lot like him is.
It sure does.
Body cam footage from Springfield Township, Ohio, Monday evening has gone viral after an officer pulled a woman over and told her she had a warrant out for her arrest. And after putting her in cuffs, he goes back to the car, finds a raccoon sitting in the front seat with its hands wrapped around a meth pipe. Whoa! And the officer is saying, that's a meth pipe. And he's giggling while watching the raccoon playing with it. A person standing nearby tries to take it from the little creature. She doesn't want him to have it, she says, but the cop grabs her arm and says it's evidence while he tries to coax it away from the critter. He takes away one pipe with raccoon, who cops say is named Chewy, grabs another and puts it in his lips like he plans on smoking it. And, of course, the officer dies laughing after.
Well, this is what happens when raccoons fall in with a bad crowd.
According to the cops, they then searched the vehicle and claimed to have allegedly found a bulk amount of methamphetamine, crack cocaine, and 3 used glass meth pipes.
When you have enough to give to raccoons, you know you're producing a lot.
The woman cops arrested, 55-year-old Victoria Vidal, has been charged with possession of drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. For anybody worried about Chewy, he's unharmed. Cops are reaching out to the proper authorities to determine if Victoria had the right paperwork to keep him as a pet or
Yes,
not.
yeah.
He was enjoying
That's the least of her worries, right?
Enjoying a little rock. All right, a 7-year-old boy in Utah took his mom's SUV and drove his 5-year-old sister 9 miles to get McDonald's breakfast on April 27th.
He's a good brother.
He is.
He's a felon, but he's a good brother.
Police in Ogden got a call about a reckless driver around 8 a.m., but didn't chase the vehicle when they heard the driver was a kid. The boy, who had cash for Happy Meals, hit a parking strip and stopped the car. Cops found both kids safe, and they took them to the police station. Their mom, Whitney Bush, was shocked when police told her 2 of her 4 kids were missing. She said her son, who wants to be a truck driver, quote, is grounded for life. This is a terrible story. An alligator attacked and killed a woman while she was canoeing with her husband in Florida's Lake Kissimmee State Park on Tuesday afternoon.
Oh, man.
The woman's husband tried to fight off the gator but was unsuccessful. It's unclear if the woman was in the same canoe as her husband or in a separate canoe when the alligator attacked. A rescue team was dispatched, including a helicopter crew, to search for the missing woman. They spotted her floating in the water, and Florida Wildlife Commission officers recovered her from the water where she was pronounced dead.
I didn't see this story. Did the attacking gator knock the canoe over?
You know what? I don't know, Steve. So the alligator, though, they do have more on that, is suspected of, in March, attacking another woman in the same location while she paddled in the Tiger Creek Canal. Yeah.
Are they hungry? Like, what is happening?
Yeah, that woman was bitten on her elbow and was airlifted to a nearby hospital for treatment. So a nuisance alligator trapper has been sent to the location to catch and remove the offending alligator.
I did a kayak in like a river, some body of water down in Florida. And I mean, we saw the alligators.
You saw them.
It just, but like, to hear this, like,
yeah, it's horrifying.
I'm not going to do that again.
There was a witness, Preston, but it was unfortunately a meth-smoking raccoon.
Oh, wow. Alligator attacks, by the way, on humans are relatively rare, and deaths are more infrequent. Tuesday's attack raised the number to 491 of reported alligator attacks, and the 28th fatality in Florida since 1948.
Yeah.
So it doesn't...
It's not pleasant, but it's not chronic.
Yeah, 28 people have died since 1948, yeah.
The ones we know about, right?
Yeah, exactly. The search continues for 28-year-old Cedric Stevenson, who escaped custody at SEA Airport on Sunday as contracted agents were attempting to take him to Kentucky. It was around 11 a.m. at the United ticket counter when agents apparently lost control of the inmate. A spokesperson, Perry Cooper, said as they were waiting for check-in, there was someone ahead of them at the United ticket counter. They were waiting to check in, and this person decided to bolt, started running, and people chased after him. Cooper said the fugitive made his getaway by going down an escalator.
It's okay, I'm a limo driver.
Then through the garage and all the way to the light rail station. A surveillance image shows Stevenson with his jacket covering his handcuffs just before taking the light rail to the Capitol Hill station where he was last seen. Stevenson was set to be transferred to Bowling Green, Kentucky, where he's wanted on multiple warrants from a 2020 case where police say they caught him passing counterfeit bills and found drugs and a gun in his car. At that time, police say Stevenson was already a convicted felon who previously managed to escape custody.
Did you think you'd be keeping a better eye on him this time?
Prisoner Transport Services out of Nashville, Tennessee was contracted to transfer Stevenson, so they're still looking for
Do you remember the footage of the guy who bolted in handcuffs? This was a local story, running at a full clip with the handcuffs behind him. Do you remember this across the parking lot?
Vaguely, I do remember that, yeah. All right, 2 Connecticut residents were placed in custody following a prostitution transaction at the state police barracks early Tuesday morning.
Whoops.
It was around 12:30 p.m. Troopers, well, it says in the morning. Maybe it was 12:30 a.m. Troopers tried to pull into the parking lot of the Troop H Hartford parking lot when they saw a sports car blocking the gated entryway. Since the entrance was blocked, the trooper went up, parked vehicle, saw both occupants were undressed and had engaged in lewd activities. They were both asked to compose themselves and step out of the car. As troopers spoke to the operator, they noticed signs of impairment and asked him to perform a standardized field sobriety test, which he failed.
I was driving my sister to McDonald's.
When police spoke to the passenger, she did not admit to a transaction made of any kind at first, but troopers saw 3 $10 bills that were found at the top of her purse. She then admitted to police that she engages in sex work. $30.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It was also revealed that the passenger of the vehicle was also in possession of suspected narcotics. Officials identified the driver as 34-year-old Willie Farrell, and the passenger was 48-year-old Deandra Lisk. And Farrell was placed into custody, and Lisk was also arrested. But they decided that the state trooper barracks
would be the best place to park.
Was a place for a trick. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file.
If I'm not mistaken, Preston, you just came into $26. So if you're looking to spend,
that's true,
nearly $30.
Nearly,
right?
It's pretty amazing.
I got $4 I can borrow.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, speaking of money, we have $1,000. Your chance to win. It is Preston Steve's 20 money. And we have today and tomorrow. And that's it. So the word that you have about 10 minutes left to enter is player. Player. Make sure that you do that now. We don't want you to miss your chance. We're going to take a break. Don't forget, we have an important announcement coming up at 9 o'clock. So be with us. We'll be right back.
Side of the house, and I said to him, and mind you, Josh's brother and their band was like signed. They were off and going to do something, and I had said to him, one day we're going to play in a band together. And he was probably like, "You're crazy."
You were 15 years old.
Yeah.
You were 15.
Hey, told me drunk on the porch we're gonna play together. I was such a big fan of his. I wanted that to be true, but that felt crazy. But here we are.
That's great.
Hey, I want to go baback to the finished product. Have you guys changed anything that was quote unquote finished? Whether it be a lyric or chord progression, or have you? Because you've been playing something or singing something for so long, and you go, you know what, man. This would have sounded, and you know what? You're the creator. You can do whatever the hell you want to it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, have you ever done anything that was kind of already in the books for years?
Yeah, we have. We've added little things like injecting like a cover of the Trooper inside a Coheed song. Things
That's
like
cool.
that.
That's cool to be able to do that. That's cool.
Yeah, and you also, because when you make a record and you record the record, you only have this it feels like at least like this finite portion of time, and as you play it and perform it, you start to realize there are some things that you can do a little better, and you start to modify, and it happens.
And I was curious about musicians, bands that have a body of work. If you can kind of fall in and out of love with certain songs that you've written through the years, does that happen?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like I know
what, if I may jump in here quickly, Preston, what song fell out of favor that is now back in favor?
What has fallen? That's a tough one.
Because
I know.
You don't, just to revisit, like sometimes you need to rediscover why you wrote it and loved it in the first place.
Right. There's one song we're performing on this tour that we haven't in a while, and I like the song. But it's just a difficult one, and it seems to be a fan favorite, and we haven't played it in a long time. But it's the one of the set list that I'm like I want to battle. I want
right.
to get it, because it's really tough on my throat, and it's like right in the middle of the set, but it's called The Running Free.
Okay, so is it like in the show you're like, all right, 3 more till the running. 3 more, 2 more. All right. Now I got to do it.
Do you guys all feel the same about that song in particular? Is it sort of a group, or do you all have your own specific songs?
No, I don't think that song. I mean, there's a song that we're playing from the new record, which is a big undertaking, and I think that every night when we get that done, for me in particular, I'll feel really good.
Okay. All right. What about you, Zach? Anything? Or is it just all easy?
No, it's definitely not all easy. No, actually, yeah. There's some stuff, from the new record where singing backup vocals is really difficult. So that kind of stuff will stress me out because
Well,
I can't really sing that good.
And we know Josh is so good that there's no problem whatsoever.
Well, your music has so many different textures. It has so many different places that it can go to, from tender ballad to in your face,
Yeah.
you know, that I would imagine the set list allows you time to take these breathers and flow. And you want the music to flow anyway when you're playing a show.
Yeah. We also curate a lot of segues to allow us time to,
Okay. Yeah.
you know, keep vibe going and allow us time to just gather ourselves.
Speaking of segues, I'll use this one to see if we can get some music. It's what I do, Josh. All right. See if you can get some music for us this morning. And what song you want to do here, Claudia?
We're going to do the Liars Club.
Excellent. All right, this is Coheed and Cambria on MMR.
The truth, baby, are you okay to lie with me?
my goodness, yes.
That's beautiful.
That is just stunning. Coheed and Cambria, 93.3 WMMR. They've access to a window of the Waking Mind Tour. We'll be at the Leah Core Center on July 27th, and they're rehearsing, and they were in the vague vicinity, so came by this morning.
It was so glad you had you here. You know, Preston talked about getting emails and people being very excited, and that, you know, your fan base is so invested in what you do. And you mentioned Star Wars earlier. There was a point at which George Lucas became a pariah to his own fans. You know, how do you balance, because your fans have such ownership of your content, you know, they're so invested in it. Is that a fine line you have to walk?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think about it too much, just because, you know, a lot of the story is so directly related to my experiences when I'm writing it.
Right.
It's hard. Like, you know, there are things conceptually that I'll inject that I'll know that, like, for example, this last record and its story component ends on this cliffhanger that I really knew, like, when I came up with the idea, this is going to please the audience.
Yeah.
Like, in such a fantastic way. And it has so far. Like, as people are starting to digest the record and read the story, I'm seeing a lot of comments about it and people trying not to spoil the end. But for the most part, I try not to think about it. But when I get a concept that I know is going to be a home run, it's like, oh, this is going to be great.
That's excellent. That's a cool place to be at.
Yeah. Speaking of concepts and genre stuff and so on, because we had a nice lengthy conversation with you last time. Did you watch Stranger Things?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God, right? Now, Nick has not finished it yet, so no spoilers.
Two episodes to go. I'm watching this weekend.
Get on it.
I know.
He's right.
It's funny because, you know, you're talking about spoilers, and in this day and age, information just gets out. You might just be scanning through Twitter about anything, and then all of a sudden you get some spoiler about Coheed, or you get some spoiler about Stranger Things, just because it's been out for a week or however long the record's been out. And so, as a consumer of the product, you're like, but I want to take that in. I want to be surprised by it. You know, it makes it's a weird challenge to have to present to yourself, but it's a challenge nonetheless. You know.
Yeah. Especially now when there's just so many avenues to get things spoiled. I mean, it's tough. Like, you know, if you're on social media, it's going to happen.
But you might be your realm, the story you've been telling with these many albums over the course of, you know, this epic story. I think it's unless you actually sit down and listen, it's harder to get spoiled. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so you might be. In all the realms, you might be the most immune to spoilers, correct?
Right. But it's funny because the other day my wife, because my wife and I, we partnered together on writing the story. And she got a social post that was a picture of the end of the story with the illustration and, you know, the big spoiler.
Right.
And she's like, I can't repost this. So she just like X's out all of the stuff.
Oh my God.
So it happens. But yeah, I think we're definitely in a safer zone.
Is there any talk of this coming to the screen?
You know, we started to talk with our agent at William Morris about trying to make it happen.
Meet with the Duffer Brothers.
It's funny you say that. Like,
Yeah.
I just saw that they put out. They have like now like a subsidiary of Netflix that they're putting out, and I sent it to management like, we should send this to the Duffer Brothers.
Yeah.
Like, why not? You know.
Do you see it as an animated story or live action?
I see it as all of them. I could see it as an animation. I could see it as a live action film or show.
What do you think your fans would like to see it as?
That's a good question. I think probably a show, just because it's more in line with the format of a comic.
Yeah.
You know, seeing as like, you know, comic book is like 12 issues, primarily like in like an arc, so 12 episodes in like an episodic. I could see that. I could see
3.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. Just a reminder, we have an important announcement that's coming up at 9 o'clock, and just want to make sure that you are aware of that and that you join us. We do have some other things to get to before that, though. I want to dive into the city beat, because there's a bunch of stuff going on, all right?
Scoobly wow wow, he's the meat behind the beat, always pounding the street. Feels so good, don't it?
It do.
Whip it out.
All right, no, not right now. Actually, I'm going to start with something that I don't have here in my packet, but Nick went to the Truist Championship yesterday.
Yes.
They had the Pro-Am and the Creators Cup and all that stuff, which is a lead-in to the big event, which starts today.
Could not have been a better weather day. I got a decent amount of sun yesterday being outside. I went with 3 of my closest friends, which was fantastic. I really love going to golf tournaments. I'd never been to a Pro-Am before. And it's just a little more relaxed. There's fewer people there. But man, was it a great day. Like it's a gorgeous course. We've been lucky enough to go there a few times over the years. Preston, I know you were just there recently for Devereaux. And we've done the core outing there as well. But I got to walk a lot of the course yesterday. I'm really interested to see how many people show up in the next few days because it looks fantastic. And I think it's something that Philadelphia should be proud of, to have all of these world-class athletes there.
You're going to watch some of it on TV now that you've been there to see how the layout is?
Yeah, because you see little nuances that you don't pick up when you're watching on TV, and you can, pay attention a little bit more. And I'm not obviously nearly the golfer that you are, but I love it, and I really do like watching it on TV. And this is just a good reason to do so.
So you told me you saw Justin Rose.
Yeah.
You saw
Ricky Fowler.
Yeah, so some of the big names. But one that we were curious about is not a big name in the PGA per se, but in a big name in the world of golf, Paige Spiranac, who is a golf content creator and has a huge and not that long ago named the most beautiful woman in the world.
Yes, by Maxim Magazine.
That did that, yeah.
And I think that is accurate. She's a stunner on Instagram. She's a stunner in person. There were a bunch of YouTube people there yesterday as a part of the Pro-Am, and then just, to bring some attention to the tournament, they were filming a lot of it. So there were like full-on camera crews. There's this guy, Tyler, from Dude Perfect.
Yes.
I really only know Dude Perfect from my son. I watch it sometimes with him. I don't dislike it or anything like that. I'm just not a big fan, so I don't know a ton of it. But he was there. He was in the same group as Paige Spiranac. And yeah, you can stand on the fairway, watch them go, and then, watch them at particular greens to putt and stuff like that. It's a fun way to interact with them. And man, were they interacting with fans. Like they were stopping by and high-fiving. It's that type of a vibe. Everybody's outside there and people are having a few drinks and enjoying themselves. So the Dude Perfect guys were running around giving high fives, and Paige was coming over and signing autographs. There were some young girls there that had signs for Paige to come over and autograph, and I saw Paige make time for this little girl. She was probably 8 or 9 years old, which is super sweet. And then this girl Chloe that Marissa let us know about, another knockout, another gorgeous golfer. Chloe did the same thing that Paige was doing, so it really was a cool environment. I was glad I got to be there.
I love these golf content creators because they're opening up the sport even more.
Yeah.
And you watch the pros doing what they do. They're kind of untouchable. They're amazing. They do things that most people can't do. But the content creators are great golfers as well. But sometimes they make mistakes and they do things. That's what I like about watching those, because they're a little closer to me.
Yes.
And they have great tips and great suggestions. And you get to see golf courses that you may not ever get a chance to visit, but they do make mistakes that you and I and regular hackers make. So I enjoy that.
And they own it right away.
Yeah.
They don't shy away from it. I saw our buddy John Clark was there. He said to say hi to you guys, and Pat Gallen from CBS3 was there as well. So a lot of local coverage, and I'm sure there's going to be a ton throughout the weekend.
So you said, Preston, you'd been there, obviously, and you're blown away by the infrastructure that they put in for this.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at stuff. We've been there. I've never seen this stuff.
Oh, yeah. They built these essentially villages around there for this event specifically. And hospitality tents and merch tents and grandstands and TV towers and all this stuff has been put in.
Nick, because it wasn't like an actual tournament play, the crowd was smaller, so parking, you could just park right there?
No, actually, Case, and I think that this is how it runs all weekend. So we parked in an office park over in Fort Washington, and they got a shuttle, and the shuttle's running back and forth. So they dropped us off on the far side of the course, not where we normally park for the Cora golf outing, and I guess, Preston, it's on the other side of Militia Hill, that course, So they dropped us off there, but I liked that because it allowed us to walk through that part of the course. Yeah. And again, it was just an absolutely gorgeous day yesterday, so it was a good day to be out there.
Yeah, I live in the area, and they're sending out constant alerts about traffic and closures and detours and all of that.
Shout out to the cricket club staff. They're good people I've always experienced. The caddies, and now the pros bring their own caddies, but the caddy staff and the golf pros and Chef Mike. Over there, Casey is a big fan of the Preston and Steve show.
He's a good guy.
So I want to throw some love to those guys.
It's a mean chicken sandwich.
Yeah. All right, so just wanted to mention that. I do have something else that I thought was kind of cool. Steve sent this over to me. This is a follow-up. We were conversing, it was either yesterday or the day before, about reports suggesting online that the Wildwood Boardwalk is replacing the towing tram cars.
Watch the tram car, please. please.
with hybrid trucks, and apparently that is not actually accurate.
Oh.
Really?
To some extent. So they are not replacing them, but they are going to test one this summer.
Okay.
And see how they do it. And I have some information about those tram cars.
And I was happy to see that this is the case. I mean, we all kind of had a reaction that there is something sweet and nostalgic about that actual pull vehicle that they use now. Yeah. And this seemed a little behind tinted windows-y, though the thing is the truck is painted yellow and in the appropriate colors. It just seemed a little bit removed.
A little too modern for
right.
the tram car.
So on Sunday, the Wildwood Boardwalk Facebook page, which is not affiliated with the organizations in charge of the boardwalk, posted a video of what it said was a new tram car truck, a yellow Ford Maverick pickup truck painted like one of the lead towing tram cars. The voiceover in the video attributed to a man named Timmy Smith said the truck would be taking over towing duty for the tram cars this summer. But then the next day, the Wildwood Video Archive website wrote about the truck and called it a major transformation for the tram cars, suggesting an overhaul of the system. Some of the tram cars' loyal fans were upset that the idea of the change would happen and the erasure of the boardwalk's nostalgic charm. But a gentleman by the name of Patrick Rosanello, the executive director of the Boardwalk Special Improvement District, said those posts and articles went a little too far. He said, "We haven't made any decision to change out the tram cars." He said that the boardwalk has used this particular one Ford truck before, primarily as a service vehicle, not ordered specifically to replace tram cars. The boardwalk does intend to test it out this summer as a towing vehicle, but there are no firm plans beyond that. And he said, don't always believe what you read on social media.
Well, yeah. Also, the fact that if you're walking down the boardwalk and you turn around and see a truck heading towards you, a pickup truck, there's nothing on the front of this. I mean, it's obviously painted and it's meant to stand out and look different. But I think it's a little off-putting.
It's a lot bigger than the tram
much
cars,
bigger.
too.
Yeah.
So a little bit about the tram cars, and this article was from Philadelphia Magazine. They originally debuted at the World's Fair in 1939, before they were purchased and then repurposed for Wildwood a decade later. And ever since, the Sightseer tram cars have transported passengers up and down that 2-mile stretch. Rosanello said that the tram cars still have technology and parts that date back to 1939.
That's pretty wild.
Making them impossible to replace today.
So when you were a kid and you'd go to a park that had tram cars that would take you from the parking lot into the actual amusement park, I remember as a kid thinking, this is awesome. Yeah. Like that was a ride.
Like when you park at Disney.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like Disney, they got the monorails, they got boats, they got, but like they do have little trams that run in the parking lot. Those things are badass.
And kind of fun.
It's fun. Yeah.
And if I remember Disney, they play some music or they make some fun announcements, but it's like a little ride before you get into the park.
You're so giddy.
I know. So this is what's interesting. Last year, BSID priced what it would cost to build replacement towing cars from scratch. How much do you think it would cost? I know you saw the
I've
article.
seen it, yeah.
To build from scratch new ones.
The
original,
ones that
if they were to start over and actually machine those parts. No, the whole
the
damn
whole
thing.
thing.
I'm going to say $100,000.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm going to say $1 million.
I was going to say $1 million.
Wow, no, okay, $200,000.
Oh,
damn.
All right. So
I was going to say Colombia.
No, that's where the sexiest women live.
I'm sorry.
Most beautiful women in the
We're
world.
past that.
Those battery-powered vehicles also wouldn't be able to hold a charge long enough to seamlessly fit within the current operation schedule for the tram cars, he said. He said it was economically and practically infeasible. So in planning for the future, the boardwalk will begin testing towing the cars with the Ford truck. I mean, at some point, those things are going to crap out and they're not going to work anymore at some point.
I would say design a vehicle a little bit more
reminiscent,
hybridish, maybe between the pickup truck, so that you don't feel like you're being hauled to the dump.
Yeah.
How many are there?
It's a good question.
Like how many sets?
That's a good question. There's always 3 or 4 of them running.
Yeah.
There's like 2 in each direction usually is kind of what I think. But
yeah, man, that's a really, really good question. There's like in the off season, there's basically right next to one of the Maurice piers is kind of like where they station them.
Oh, okay.
That's when they use the Swayze announcement case.
Yeah.
Your mama is a whore, and even she knows to watch the tram car.
So according to NJ.com, there are 8 tram cars.
Okay.
On the fleet, within the fleet.
Okay. But it's like you don't have to wait long. If you want to get a ride, you're just walking along. There's one's going to be coming by pretty soon.
I have never ridden one.
It's fun.
I mean, I've been there and I've seen it. And I think they're adorable, and I love that they're running. But I think I think you could just take a ride back and forth and just drink it all in.
It's worth doing the whole stretch.
Yeah.
If you just want to spend some time, people watching, it's fun.
I never rode it as an adult. I rode it a ton when we were kids, but never as an adult. And maybe if they're going away in that iteration, should I hop on?
You better,
Might want to do
And
it.
the woman that voiced it, we talked about it last year. She's still alive, still lives in Wildwood. So maybe they could get her to record something for the trucks. If they
Although,
need it.
I'd love to.
wasn't she a little unhappy about
I think she said they
something?
They sort of just like they had
They
like
threw in a booth,
a microphone and a recorder, and they were like, "Here, record this." And I think I believe she wasn't paid for it.
Yeah, I think she wants to get maybe a little.
She's like the guy with the picture that they used for the Microsoft, who felt might have gotten ripped off.
All right, got another story for you here. Steve sent me this one as well, and it is about a book called Clown in a Cornfield. It is a young adult novel, and there's a movie adaptation coming to theaters in May, and the author is from Philadelphia. His name is Adam Caesar, and it's a best-selling young adult horror novel. And at the heart of it, Clown in a Cornfield is a slasher story in which a Philly kid moves to a small town in Missouri just in time to join her classmates in running for their lives.
So I watched. I think Shudder produced it. The channel Shudder. They fund a lot of movies, and they're really great. They're a horror only channel. But you find different ways to do the clown spin. What I was impressed with, Preston, is that this guy caught the attention of one of the legends of horror writing, Clive Barker.
No kidding.
Yeah, who wrote the blurb on the book that says this guy knows how to scare people.
Steve, I thought the blurb was a movie.
The blurb.
It's the sequel to the Blob.
Yeah, the blurb.
The blurb.
He's a cousin and he's pissed.
The hell did you do to my cousin?
Who's your cousin?
The Blob.
And your name?
The Blurb.
He's a cousin and
he wrote the blurb. Okay,
so Clive Barker wrote Hellraiser.
So the titular clown, the town's mascot, is
disgusting.
Friendo. Friendo the clown. And it's the center of the chaos. What, Case?
It's just that Friendo, that's what that guy says.
Oh, yeah, No Country
for Old Men.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what he calls people.
Oh.
Freak is that guy's name? Javier Bardem.
So Caesar was born in Long Island, but he is a Philly resident.
Kind of like me.
For more than a decade.
Kind of like Kathy.
Was a teacher before his novelist career took off, and he has more than a dozen scary books to his credit, but he really struck gold with Friendo, apparently.
And the blurb.
Three Cornfield books are on the shelves with a fourth one in the works.
It's pretty cool, man, and especially to get the kind of attention he's getting. He's a big Stephen King fan.
Mm-hmm. And, and there's comparisons to
Pennywise.
And Children of the Corn.
Children of the Corn.
To put these two together. But the movie adaptation is taking things to the next level. Caesar has been on a whirlwind tour promoting the movie, often joining the cast and director Eli Craig, who made the horror comedy Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
It's a fun movie.
For interviews and at festivals and red carpet. So hopefully we'll get a chance to meet up with him
Would
sometime
love to, man. Yeah.
in the near future. But I am intrigued. I am curious as to what this is all about and would like to check it out. All right, I got another one. All right, we're going to step outside of the city for a moment, but this is within our state, and I did not know this, but if you spot purple paint on an early morning hike, it may be best to turn around and find another route because you might be trespassing.
Oh.
Many U.S. states abide by what is called the purple paint law, which allows land and property owners to use purple paint marks on trees and fences to deter people from trespassing. And you're supposed to know this, by the way.
I automatically assumed I was in proximity to a Prince fan.
Right.
No, I would just think it's like an offshoot of the trail.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah. So
For people
using
who
the
enjoy
paint
prints.
is akin to posting a no trespassing sign, though not everyone knows what it means.
It's interesting. I don't know why they expect all of us to just know this stuff.
Yeah.
But Nick, you and I have hiked or climbed. I don't want to call it climbing, but Mount Misery in Valley Forge, and there is one little trail that kind of goes off to the left where I feel like you end up in somebody's backyard.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's also an offshoot of that trail, the Mount Misery Trail, to link up with the Horseshoe Trail.
Right.
And the Horseshoe Trail, I think, ends up connecting at some point, if I'm not mistaken, with the Appalachian Trail, which obviously runs up and down the East Coast. And Casey, people, you can camp on the Horseshoe Trail. You can overnight camp or whatever. So people will take their camping gear, leave the Mount Misery Trail, think that they're getting on the Horseshoe Trail to go camping, and they wander in those people's backyard all the time. So Preston, I don't know if they have. I've never seen purple paint there, but there are like no trespassing signs. But it's in the middle of the woods, and like especially in the wintertime, you miss trail signs or whatever. It's easy to wander into somebody's yard.
So Nick, on the Gresham Trail, and I have hiked this many times. As you go down the Gresham Trail, there's a point, and it occurred to me, and I actually stopped going in this way because I realized what I was doing. But there would be no way to know. I was literally hiking through people's backyards.
Sure. No kidding.
Yeah, if you go to the right, you're going to go through people's backyards, but it's very lush, and there's nothing that screams to it. But I'm trying to think, did I see any sort of purple markings? And I don't recall any.
So far, more than 20 states have a purple paint law in place. Officials chose the color purple because it stands out in a natural setting. It's not used in the forestry industry, and it's a hue that people who are colorblind can actually identify. So purple paint, and this is why I was like, well, why not put up signs? Purple paint is also a preferred option over signs because property owners often struggle with keeping signs up due to wind, rain, or even vandals. So, a vandal can take the sign down, but the purple paint would be super hard to remove.
The big concern, too, is this is the only way Nell could mark her property because she doesn't speak or write.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
She's illiterate.
She couldn't write it.
Right.
So,
no one knows what con means.
Right, exactly. So while purple is used in most U.S. states, some states with similar laws designate different colors, such as orange, blue, silver, yellow, and red. But red is one of those, that's a colorblind.
It's exactly. So it's not going to serve the purpose.
It would look green, maybe.
I find it rather, as you said, Case, it's kind of fascinating that they would just naturally assume the bulk of the general public is going to know this.
Yeah. For example, the paint used in Maryland is blue since the state's law was passed in 1989. So they use a different color. So according to the U.S., according to AL.com, who wrote the story, the U.S. states with laws identifying purple paint or designated colors for no trespassing include Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, Florida, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Missouri, Montana, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, and West Virginia. So Delaware and New Jersey are not a part of this.
So I was hiking in Delaware once, and I came across, I guess they have it there for visitors, where you can walk into this house and go into this kitchen and eat this food that's there.
Right.
And then I watch the TV, and then...
I think you were trespassing.
Anybody say anything?
Yeah.
You might be right. Yeah.
I bet you were wondering why that woman was freaking out.
She was screaming a lot, but she was just excited to see another hiker.
Yeah.
And
hi.
You're another hike. I know. It's exciting that there's this house here.
I love when you pass somebody on the trail and you just you when you say hi, it's you got this nod and you kind of like purse your lips.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? It's like a
I forget.
Casey is pursing his lips and nodding right now.
I forget who does the bit, or maybe it's a video I saw where it was a content provider. I forget who it was, but he talks about the way an African American, a Caucasian, an Asian, as they're passing each other, and having done a fair amount of hiking, it's kind of true. But everyone has their version of the nod. I always say, "Hey, how are you?" I always, because I think I'm not what you want to see coming at you in the woods. So I try to be as nice as possible.
Some people do there are a couple different nods. There's the chin up nod.
Yeah.
Which
I do that.
For the right occasion, I will do that. But I usually, I kind of do a smile and dip my head a little bit.
Yeah. The chin up is if...
like a formal Milady.
Yeah. The chin up is like, what's up, dude?
Yeah, it's like someone you know, you're
Sup?
kind of joking around, hey, but chin down is anybody and you're polite.
If you're passing a woman, though, I like to say, I'm not going to sexually assault you. Do not worry. Enjoy your hike.
The laws have some restrictions depending on the state. For example, in Pennsylvania, the statute is effective in all but Philadelphia and Allegheny counties. So the purple paint thing does not work in Philly.
There are a fair amount of markings and things that I see out when I'm hiking various trails that I have no idea what they mean. There should be a glossary of terms at the beginning of the hike.
Consequences of violating the purple paint law vary depending on the state, but they include charges, fines, and possibly jail time, by the way. So
there is a sign now, Preston, that is a raccoon smoking a meth pipe.
What does that mean?
That means raccoons ahead smoking meth.
What does it say, Nick?
It's just they're agreeing with what Casey was talking about. If you can try to put the purple squares up. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't.
Okay. All right, that's it for City Beat. We are going to wrap that particular portion up, but thank you for lending us your ears for that segment. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a minute. We're going to have a very important announcement. I would like you to, if you are a longtime fan, please listen to us. Please stay with us. If you know a longtime fan of the show, please let them know. Call them or text them. Tell them to tune in. We'll be back in a minute with it. Okay? Thanks.
These Vaxxas stories really, to me, play out more like a film.
Who rocks your world in as far as who were your seminal influences as far as science fiction? And I assume you're all in the genre as far as a love of this material. You in particular, Cliff.
I mean, yeah, just growing up, Star Wars. I mean, I was born in '78, so that was just in
your wheelhouse. Yeah.
And then I was so into that I was looking for, sitting up waiting for HBO to maybe get the license and play it.
Yeah.
And find things like Kroll or I think
Kroll. We talked about Kroll.
Yeah. Kroll was a favorite of mine.
Dune
really.
sits right in your wheelhouse, right? I forget if we asked you last time, but have you seen? Do you saw the most recent?
I love.
I mean, that's right in your pocket there.
Absolutely. Yeah. Big sci-fi world building. It's become my thing. I think about it now. I'm like, wow, I've been doing it 20 years. It's actually over 20 years because the concept was born in '98, and I'm just like, wow, it's so bizarre when I see all of the characters and we do the comic conventions and even the crews, like when fans cosplay as like characters in the story that they seem to resonate with. It's like, wow, that's pretty powerful. Like, I've always wanted to have that. I've always wanted to do that.
How many times have you seen a cosplayer come up and you think to yourself, wow, I envision that character more in shape?
Yeah.
In my mind, different.
You know what happens. Like there was a guy who used to come out to our events, very nice, but we eventually called him Captain Central America.
Yeah.
Because he was less impressive than Captain America.
And then we had Cross-Eyed Batman.
Yeah.
Hey, they're having fun. They're definitely
as long as you're having fun, that's all that matters.
Absolutely.
From the characters in the story, do people reach out to you and say that they've gotten inspiration and in their own personal lives and so on? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Just inspired to create stories or
fan fiction, basically, off your stuff.
Well, that happens. That could happen. But even just like aspiring to be like an author of some sort.
Wow.
Or a creator.
That's so cool.
So.
Nice. Do we have time to get another song out of you?
Absolutely.
All right.
Let me make sure I'm there for you guys.
All right. I'll mention again, Vaxxas 2, Window of the Waking Mind tour at Leah Core Center on July 22nd. You can get tickets. Just go to coheedandcambria.com. All the tour information and ticket sales information is right there. What are we going to hear now, Claudio?
Shoulders.
Excellent. This is Shoulders on MMR's Coheed and Cambria. sounds so damn good.
We gave each other the nod there,
Yeah, we
Preston.
were like,
Yeah.
Coheed and Cambria, 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. It's Shoulders. That's just awesome, man. We love that song. Are a lot of these songs, now you're playing these acoustic today, obviously. Are a lot of them born on the acoustic guitar, or do they start somewhere else?
You know, Liars Club may have been born on acoustic guitar, but not in that fashion. Probably more like it is on the record. And I think Shoulders was just sort of right into like an amp. You know.
Okay.
So it was guitar driven, but not acoustic.
Yeah, I guess everybody has their method of writing songs, or they might just be kind of scattershot, doing it here and there. How do you do it?
That's kind of what I do. It's just it really all depends. Like I'll write something maybe on piano. I'll rock on acoustic guitar, synthesized program stuff. I'll do whatever like sort of inspires.
We have a friend, and we're very lucky to have befriended this guy for a number of years now. His name is Michael Giacchino. He's a composer, and he has done everything from he wrote the music for The Incredibles.
He just did Thor.
He did the recent Thor film, and he did the Batman. And
Right.
he's like the guy. He's like the John Williams.
Amazing. And a complete, you would pick up with him immediately, you guys, because he's a pop culture nerd to the 10th level.
So he's from New Jersey, and we've been friends from him. We've been to his house in LA and all this stuff. But anyhow, I'm always fascinated with orchestration, how it can start here on the piano, but it ends up being multi-instrument on something completely different, samples and all these things. And does that... You don't hear that right away, do you? Or, when you're writing a song and maybe playing it on this instrument, but maybe hearing it on another one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Like clarity definitely comes with like with the sound. I could absolutely play something here that I might not vibe with, and then go and play it on piano or program it, and all of a sudden it feels like a different world, and it works. It's like this is the nucleus now of the song.
I've always wondered that.
The reason I brought that up, the reason I brought Michael up is because he has a whole orchestra to choose from and to pick, and I'm like, well, how do you know that's an oboe that's going to play that part? When you have all these things to choose from.
And it might be an acoustic performance here this morning, but Josh is getting a workout in the back, and I am impressed by the tambourine on the left foot, Josh. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I know. This is pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking this is more confusing than playing the drums. I was watching him. I'm like, what's going on back there?
I couldn't take my eyes off of Josh the whole performance. It was mesmerizing.
We were connected. I can feel it.
That's it.
So he's sitting on an instrument that's called a cajon, and then he took a tambourine and just shoved his foot through it, through the hole, and he has an egg shaker.
So I think it's the... He's got it all back there. He's like one of those guys with the cymbals between his knees and the air.
That's where this all ends.
I'm
okay with that.
Josh,
I don't want to say he's carrying the whole band, but I mean,
Josh, next thing you know,
Not singing.
Josh is out on Fisherman's Wharf with a case out in front of him, and
Hey,
it's come to this.
do you like
now.
my monkey? I wanted to ask, speaking of Josh and drumming, and I doing research, and I had not seen this, and I don't know if this is even remotely true, but at one point was Taylor Hawkins, did he do any studio work for you guys?
Yes, he did on the record No World for Tomorrow.
Okay, what was that experience like?
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
I mean, at the time, we were kind of going through some turmoil, and Taylor just kind of brought an energy that I think we really needed to, pull Travis and myself like out of the rut we were in.
Right. But I don't get the impression that you employ a lot of hired guns when you're putting your music together, do you?
Oh no, not really. I mean, usually when it's auxiliary situations,
Okay.
like maybe some like Latin percussions, or this last record we had a fellow by the name of Chris Jonke come in and help like with the orchestrations and things like that. But primarily like this is the performance.
Yeah, it just sounds fantastic. It really is. Is it difficult because you're so firmly entrenched with your style? You're again many years. You're talking about how long you've been at it, and hopefully we're serving the purpose of bringing new people into the fold. Is that something that is in your mind, or if it happens, it happens?
Like bringing extra people,
new people to the cause.
We have done it in live performances in the past. Background singers, auxiliary keys, that sort of situation. I mean, I think about.
I was meaning on more like a listener fan base.
Oh,
yeah.
bringing them in how? I'm
In other
sorry.
words, because people who are unfamiliar with your music, who may have perceived you a different way, not realizing, is that something that you look to do, or is that even?
Absolutely.
I mean, anybody would want more ears
everybody's
on their
welcome.
stuff, but I wonder if that's an active modus operandi there.
It is. It's definitely. The music is very personal to me, and I think it has a very universal quality to it.
Right.
Concept sort of aside. And yeah, I would love to reach a bigger audience, and I think it has the potential to do that.
Yeah, it's funny. I just quickly, Preston, bring up like when we had Ghost and Tobias Forge in here, and it presents one way, and then you see, it's actually like this, and you can sort of clear misconceptions about what we've learned about you and how fascinating the whole thing is. I think a lot of people are now finding that a very intriguing aspect. So hopefully we're helping in that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think so.
By the way, Josh had tweeted out earlier that he was appearing on the show this morning and got a tweet back from Zach Myers of Shinedown and said to tell us all hi.
Cool.
Here at WMMR. Do you guys have buddy bands, guys that you, for some reason or another, a whole other band that you've become tight with? I mean, you tour with them. And the Preston and Steve show. We're just let's get right into traffic, and then we'll start talking here in a minute. Kathy, anything going on?
Yeah, we've got an accident 95 northbound at 896. You're stopped back to the Maryland state line. 2 lanes are blocked. New Jersey Turnpike eastbound at Route 130, a vehicle fire. Right lane is closed. And then on the Schuylkill eastbound, it's jammed from the Boulevard to South Street. Only the right shoulder is getting by. That is an accident. This traffic report brought to you by Share a Ride Match program. Reward yourself when you leave your car at home. With the free Share a Ride Match program, you can find a carpool, transit choices, and other travel options. Then record your trips and earn points towards fun items. Learn more at pacarpool.org. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Teased that we had an announcement coming up now, and we're going to reveal this information. I'm going to cry during this. I apologize. I've made some statements lately that things have been difficult, and that's not just it's not my personal life. That is my personal life, but it's also has to do with my professional life, and not just me. Every single one of us have been going through some difficult things lately, and it's led to this announcement. We've been together as a show for 20 years, over 20 years, and there's a big change that's happening, and I'm just going to get right to it, and we're very, very profoundly sad to announce that Kathy is no longer going to be an employee at WMMR. It's really hard, man, to make this announcement. We've been a family. We are a family. We'll always be a family. This group of people here, Preston, Steve, Casey, Kathy, Nick, and Marissa, it rolls off the tongue. But things are coming to a close. And it's a very... It's a complicated situation, and we have to keep things kind of simple in addressing it. And so this is the last week that Kathy will be working for WMMR. As you can tell, we're very profoundly sad about this. All of us, Kathy included.
May I jump in, Preston?
Yeah.
So, Kathy, you made it clear about how you wanted this to go. You said you didn't want things to be horribly sad. So how are we doing?
So much for that.
But that is really, and Preston is just what is expressing what everyone feels, because you are been a part of this for many years, and it is a profoundly sad thing, and with that too, you were saying you wanted there to be an expression of the joy that we've had over the many years. I just want to say personally, the way that you have handled what is happening has been some of the most professional, some of the most amazing, mature, displays of how this goes that I've ever seen. It would be the same set of things that we saw in you at the beginning when we were looking for that perfect match, which proved to be so goddamn difficult, and we went through so many people, and then you proved to be the absolute perfect fit. And it was a last minute thing, and we'll tell this story forever because you will never not be a part of the show. And it was John Ritter.
Yep.
We, as the story goes, and there was a case where we hadn't really seen you come out the way you have come out on the show and developed into a top flight radio personality and television as well. So it is something that is it is sad, and we are going to express that, because it does mean a lot. And I know to the people who have supported the show so many years and given us all wonderful lives and livelihoods and friends and so many things that will go on and for years and in generations to come. You are an inextricable part of that, and we cannot undersell or overstate the importance of you. So, in general, let me start off by saying, I love you so much.
I know.
Yeah. Thank you.
How about being happy?
Yeah. So much for that. Yeah, I'm devastated, obviously. And I'm going to try to get through the next however many minutes we have. This was not my decision. And as you can hear, it wasn't Preston and Steve's either. It really wasn't anyone at WMMR's. If you've ever been broken up with and you didn't want the relationship to end, that's how I feel. I'm heartbroken. There's a little anger in there, but heartbroken, I think, is the best word to describe how I feel. It's obviously extremely emotional for me and for everybody. So, like I said, I hope I can get through this. But mainly, what I want to do is I just have some things that I want to say, and I want to say thank you.
Before you do, I want to point out something that there's going to be no replacement. I wrote this down. There are three things that you don't do. You don't talk about Fight Club, you don't put Baby in a corner, and you don't replace Romano.
No.
The seat is going to remain vacant. So we don't.
You know what I'm going to do?
What?
Put a succulent on that chair.
Yeah. All right.
And a margarita. And I'll always be here with
That's
you.
right.
Yeah.
So I just want to say to Preston and Steve, thank you for taking a chance on me 22 years ago. For giving me this job that I love, and for allowing me to laugh every day for over 2 decades. We talk about this all the time. That doesn't happen to people. I mean, we laugh every single day.
Yes.
That's crazy to think about. And you talk about the chemistry. We built that, and that's why we have the listenership that we have. That's why we have so many amazing listeners, because we connect. We have that chemistry, and we can provide something to them that they know is genuine. So thank you both for leading by example. Your dedication and hard work has guided me through this entire radio career. The more popular this show became, the harder you guys worked, and that allowed me to be part of history, allowed me to be part of a show that stayed together, a radio show that stayed together this long, and not just stayed together, but loved each other genuinely in the studio and outside of the studio. Mm-hmm. We aren't just coworkers, we are family members, and that's what makes this so incredibly difficult. Preston, I want to thank you for guiding this incredible team that we have, because that's what you do every day. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to be a part of it. I began my broadcasting career in television, and when I was doing that, I loved it, and it was a great starting point for me. But I always said I wanted to show more of my personality. And when I got on this show, that's exactly what I was able to do. You and Rochelle invited me into the delivery room for your third child, which was absolutely incredible. And you don't invite just any coworker in, right? You gotta be family to be invited to that.
Well, just so you know, Gary Lara passed on that.
I know.
Yeah.
They asked him first. So I feel like that created a special bond for me and your family. So I have this I don't know, this sense that they're almost a little bit part of me, and I'm a part of them. And because of that, I'll always feel connected to you. And I do want to get a little bit personal with you. Watching the father that you have become, and not when your kids were born, in recent years, has taught me a lot about how I parent my own child. And especially our conversation at dinner in Clearwater, if you remember, it reassured me that I'm doing the right thing with Jace, and I'm teaching him the right things about life. So thank you for that. What I'll miss most about you is our eye contact.
I was going to say the same thing.
Okay.
Yes.
When somebody says something and, maybe you're looking at your papers, I'm looking at my computer, and both of our heads pop up and we look. And when I say someone, I mostly mean Casey.
Yes.
And we just know, okay, we prep each other like, I wonder what's coming next.
Yeah. We have a nonverbal communication.
Nonverbal communication, yes.
Yeah.
And I think the best feeling that for me is if I say something funny and you laugh. It's great when everybody else laughs, but for whatever reason, when you laugh, that's like, I'm like, okay, oh, that was funny. All right. People liked that. So thank you, obviously. Steve, watching you do the show, the time you spend prepping, brainstorming, everything in between has taught me that good things come if you put in hard work. And we did amazing things here together, all of us. What I'm going to miss most about you and what I'm most scared about in this next life is the laughing and not laughing every day. I can't begin to imagine what my life will be like not sitting here and having that laughter. I've been through a lot of things in my life, as has everyone, and coming here every day has got me through that. It got me through all of that. And being able to come here and almost forget about the outside and laugh at whatever joke you told got me through a lot. And I don't know. It just scares me. I don't know, what if I don't have that in my life? What if there's not laughter every day? And I honestly think that there have been studies that have been done that say that laughter can extend your life. So thank you. You probably extended my life 10 years. And I hope someday that we can go camping together at a Fairmont hotel.
Yeah, Fairmont Hotel.
Glamping. Yeah, you count on that.
Yeah, so that's been the hardest thing. When I come back to, I think about what is going on and I accept it, and then I have a wave of like, I can't believe this is real, and that's what I think about the most is that joy. And if I have a hard time, well, I'm having a hard time now, but. I know there's people in my life that'll get me through it, but you solely have helped me a lot during difficult times, just with the jokes on air, off air, on the conference call, anywhere from
you
the
can't
office.
imagine what a joy it's been to make you laugh. And it does, because you, we'll talk some more, but you have given as much as you say I've given to you, and then some.
Well, thank you. Casey, you're like the third brother that I never really actually wanted, right? But I got anyway. I'm kidding when I say that. And I'd like to set the record straight. Casey and I have had a lot of battles on the air over the years, and some people actually think we dislike each other. And I'd like to set this record straight. We actually love each other. Thank you for your lighthearted antics off the air. Mostly for me, I love what you do on the air, but off the air is what makes me laugh. You're the kindest, most genuine person. Thank you for not using the second automatic door in the vestibule in the lobby when we walk in together. What I'll miss most about you are the off-air things. So when you hide behind the corner and you jump out and you scare me and I spill coffee everywhere. When you walk into an elevator and you don't turn around to face the door, you face the people inside the elevator. And thank you for dancing through the hallways and bringing a ray of sunshine to a place that has become dark and desolate sometimes. I know you don't know this, but I cried on the way to work over spring break. Casey and I worked 2 days together, and I got here and I thought, I'm going to talk to Casey about this. Like he's good support, And I got here and you had a dance routine that you needed me to learn. And so we didn't talk about it. And it's okay because that dance routine cheered me up like you would not believe. And we didn't do it the first day. It was really because I wanted to be like in the right mind to do a dance to some Sally song. And it was awesome. So thank you. Thank you for that. And I think also what I'm going to miss, where I hope that wherever I end up, that there's somebody like you there, because, Steve gives me all those on-air laughs, but the stuff that you do off-air, like even just walking across the parking lot and all of a sudden he'll end up in a conversation with somebody in the parking lot. I'm like, who was that? And he's like, I don't know. It's just, I hope I have somebody like you in my life, in my next life, wherever I go after here.
Sorry. I'm really sorry for all the not nice things that I've ever said to you. You know, I just wish that I would have embraced all those times that we spent together more. Not realizing that this day was gonna come, and then I just have nothing but regret.
Oh my gosh, stop.
For all the things that I haven't done right in our relationship, and I do love you so much. And our last night that you and Preston and I spent together in Clearwater was special.
Yeah.
And I love you, and I love your honesty, and I love that you can be honest with me. You know, that's all.
Yeah, I think that. And we didn't know that was, the last night in Clearwater. I think we all thought we'd all be there again next year. I won't be there. So yeah, that night and that we spent together, the three of us, was really special for me too. Nick, you're my therapist, my spell check, my thesaurus, my ChatGPT, and my best friend. I know we've had conversations, and I know that you know that I appreciate it, but I don't think you know exactly how helpful the conversations were for me. And some of our talks, I describe them as conversations. You would probably describe them more as me talking, you saying 3 words, and then me start talking again. So I apologize for that. But yeah, whether we talk here or on the phone or at an event or wherever we are, you really are. I don't see a therapist, and I've mentioned this before on the show. I've never found anybody that's been a fit for me, and so I don't go to a therapist. I'd love to, just really haven't found anybody I liked, and Nick truly is like a therapist to me. So thank you for always being there for me and listening to me talk when I needed it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And what I'll miss most about you is the way that you challenge my brain. Every day I sit here right next to you, and I work harder and harder every day to figure out why your mouth still makes that noise, even when you're chewing with your lips closed. It's so big, and you can fit so much food in there, and I don't even think medical experts know the reason, so thank you.
Well, look, you're going to have a bunch of free time in the next few days, and you could do a deep dive into mouth studies. I have a million things that I want to say. I love you, and I just want to say one thing, and I'll keep the rest for now to myself because this is not at all about me.
Don't curse.
I'm really going to miss sitting next to you every day. If I'm having a bad day, it's better because you're next to me, and I agree with everything that you said about the rest of the show. I feel the same way that you do, and it's nice to hear those things. But man, it's gonna suck coming to work and not have you here with me. So I'm just gonna miss you a lot.
Yeah, same. Marissa is the person that I'm gonna give an apology to. We've talked about this over the years, but Marissa's a huge Phillies fan, and in 2008 she missed the World Series parade because I wanted to have another Corona Light. So Marissa, I officially apologize for that. And when the Phillies get to the World Series again, I'm going to save a spot on Broad Street for you so that you can watch it from beginning to end. And I also want to say, if it wasn't for Marissa over these last 2 weeks, I found out about 2 weeks ago, I probably would have been sitting in a production studio alone crying. After I learned that this was my fate, Marissa stepped up tremendously. So thank you for being there for me. Thank you for the last 2 weeks. Thanks for everything you did for me. You know what you did for me. Thank you so much. And not just the past 2 weeks, but over these 20 years, every time I've come to you, I need this. Can you do this? Please do this. How do we do this? Thank you for everything that you've done.
Oh my God, I wasn't going to mention the Phillies parade.
You're about to get out of it with no problem.
We did have 2 Super Bowls in between. Though,
Yeah, I know,
so we had
I know.
that instead.
But Phillies.
I haven't thought about this moment, Kathy, because I didn't think it was real. I didn't think it was really going to come. I still, to this day, remember the first day I met you and you walked in and the 2005 knitted Kafgan you were wearing. And since then, you've just been, you're like a big sister and a mentor, and our lives have crossed in so many different ways over the years and gone in different directions, but we can still always have an airport wine.
Yes.
If you guys don't know, we always have an airport wine while you guys are waiting at the gate for us, no matter where we're headed.
And I usually get there first because she's home packing. I order the wine, and then she comes and we drink together.
Oh my God.
One question. What's a Kafgan?
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Kathy, you are just, you're the best. This is family. This right here is family.
Well, yeah, and that's why it makes it so hard. It's not somebody getting laid off. It's not somebody leaving a job. It's somebody leaving a family.
So can I explain a little bit about our relationship here? And I too will continue to get choked up during this. But I've said this several times. This group of 6 people, we experience something that nobody else understands within our relationship. My wife can't understand. Well, I couldn't be able to explain the closeness that we have to my own wife, who's the closest person to me.
To you.
This is a unique experience that we share every day. It's fun. It's therapy. It's our personal lives. It's sharing this. It's bringing other people in. But within this circle of 6, nobody else is allowed in. It's that tight. And we don't do that. It's not that way because we don't want people in. It's just because this connection is so strong. This tissue that holds us together is so strong that it doesn't allow anybody else into this intimate world that we have that is unique to us. We're always going to have that, which is wonderful. It's one of the greatest gifts I've ever had. So that's why you're hearing this much emotion on the air right now, because it's hard to pull that apart. I mean, Kathy will always be a part of that nucleus that we are. So we will always have that, which is wonderful. Like I said, there's going to be no replacement, so we don't have to worry about trying to, having the new person in that'll never, ever be a part of what we built.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and to your point about family, this as a family will continue. It transcends anything. It transcends walls. It transcends radio stations. This is all of us as the collective. Mm-hmm. If I may take a few seconds, Kathy, to say, there are a few moments that I wanted to, and I apologize for having pollen voice on the day. But a couple of moments occurred to me, and when I saw there was a time when your brother was going through some physical issues and medical issues.
Yeah, testicular cancer.
Yeah, and it was an event at Kildare's, and I saw the family pulled together, and we went over, and I saw you with your family, and I saw you working hard to do something, for a family member, and I mean, you do get that, but I'm like, wow, she's really. It caught me at that moment. I said, so, okay, this is who she is. And then in 2014, when I was diagnosed with cancer, and prostate cancer, and when I told you, I remember. You hugged me, you were more concerned than I was.
Steve, I was in here when that happened, and I've never seen, I mean, Kathy she just fell on you.
Yeah.
She just embraced you so hard. I will never, ever forget that.
And then the thing is that no one, my wife, Claire, obviously, that's the connection. You talk about Rochelle. But you are my holiday buddy. And I'll be goddamned if I'm going to not be touching base with you on all that, because you get it. I mean, and there are very few people I can talk about my investment and all that without feeling like a jackass, but you get it. So you expect to be pestered throughout every holiday season. So
well, thank you so much. Can I go on?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to thank our listeners, obviously, right? I cannot go anywhere without saying thank you. You welcomed me into your cars, homes, your computers, your podcasts, whatever it is. You welcomed me into your lives every morning. You shared your stories, joined in on whatever the heck we were doing here. You supported our causes, and you made this job the greatest privilege anyone could ask for. Some of you have grown up with us, started families, changed careers, and kept us as a constant in your lives through it all. That kind of loyalty means more to me than I could ever express. You are the reason I was able to do this job for as long as I did. If we didn't have the listeners we had, none of us would be here. So thank you. Philadelphia is a city that demands authenticity, and I've always tried to bring my genuine self to the microphone every single day. Your acceptance and support have been the greatest reward of my career. Whether you decide to follow me where I go next, just know, or whether you decide to follow me or not, just know that I will always carry you with me, because these 20 years here at MMR and 22 with the Preston and Steve show all together has all been because we had listeners like you. And you mentioned the activities and stuff, Steve. I just want to let everybody know that I won't go radio silent. I'm going to continue to post on social media, showing all the activities, the workshops, fun places to visit. And when I decide what my next career looks like, I will be sure to update everyone there. I use all forms of social media. Instagram is really where I am most, and you can DM me there. I just have a few other people here at the station that I want to thank. Rodney. Obviously, everyone knows what Rodney does for us, so I don't need to say that. But I do need to say thank you to Rodney for being a friend since the first day we met him. Eric Simon, for all the hard work that you put into making us look good and making us look better at events and on the air. Chuck D'Amico, for all the behind-the-scenes work. He always has our back. Thank you for supporting me in every way possible and for allowing me to expand my personal brand beyond the Preston and Steve show. Pierre has been a mentor for me for the past 20 years and more recently. And watching a legend and being able to say that I worked with Pierre Robert for 20 years has been an honor. Jackie Bam Bam, I will never kiss you, but I love you so much. Please don't stop texting me ever. Brent, I see you as my little boy. Keep doing your thing. If you don't know, I gave Brent's tape to Bill Weston years ago, and that's how he got a job here. So I always look at him and I'm like, oh, I had a little something to do with that. Matt Cord, who was my first friend in radio. I started working with Preston and Steve, and I really became friends with Matt before I was friends with the Preston and Steve show. So, Matt, thank you for your friendship over these years. Jackson, who's no longer here, but I can't not mention him. We worked together for 18 years. Kevin Gunn, also still not here. Kevin, you made me a better on-air personality. Anyone who has ever, at any time, worked in our IT department, thank you. Thank you to the, and I don't want to miss anybody, but just thank you to the entire MMR staff, people who aren't here anymore, but had an instrumental part in my life for 20 years. Bill Weston, John Fulham, Peter Smythe. Thank you for believing in Preston and Steve when they said that they would come to MMR, but not without me. Jim Antes and the sales staff. We have a great sales staff, but I want to give a special mention to that original MMR sales staff that we had when we got here. Yeah. We weren't just coworkers, we were friends. I mean, we would have events and promotions where the whole sales staff would be there and it would only be one person's account, but we were friends. We were a group that bonded. One of my favorite promotions of all time was when Corona Light was on tap. It was the first tap that they were putting in at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly, and they put the tap in a briefcase and they handcuffed the briefcase to me. Jim Antes, Bill Burns, and I rode in a limousine to Chickies and Pete's. We got out. They were my bodyguards, my Secret Service. They had like a red carpet laid out. People had to stand beyond the red carpet, and I walked from the limo up to the bar, and they put the tap in, and we drank Corona Light all night. That was, I mean, it was so incredible.
There's an awesome video of that.
Yes.
It was just phenomenal.
Yeah,
I love it.
And my favorite, big promotion was the mystery trip. I mean, we still go back and talk about that. It was just incredible. Whoever, I don't even remember whose idea it was, but it just was so much fun.
Yeah, Cheap Caribbean was who we did
Cheap
that
Caribbean,
through. I think we did a couple
We
of
did a
them.
couple. We did Apple Vacations, and then we did
Yeah.
Cheap Caribbean. Then we went on a special trip with Cheap Caribbean. It just, all of it was amazing. The clients and advertisers that I've built relationship with over the years, my agent, Steve Mountain, who has also been an amazing mentor to me, my very extremely supportive family. I cannot thank you enough for being there from the day we heard about this, and my girlfriends who have all been by my side since I told them the news. Thank you for 22 extraordinary years of laughter, music, and connection. Although this is goodbye to this life, the next chapter is somewhere out there for me. Preston and Steve, you didn't give me a job. You gave me a second home and a second family, and I will forever be grateful for that.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, guys.
And I love you too. I just, I know this for sure. Kathy's going to land on her feet. You're going to hear sometime soon, I would imagine, something that is going to be a logical place. I don't know what that is. I don't know, but I know
either.
you, and I know how talented you are, and I know, what an asset you are to whatever endeavor you decide to follow. And I know that you're gonna land on your feet, and everything's gonna be great.
And to that point, whatever. We're always there,
whatever we can do.
Whatever we can do, that's going to be the case.
Well, you're my on-air reference.
Yeah, and people have been asking, you, Preston, about the things you've been mentioning about, feeling down and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
The show and the way we do the show, we value our relationship with you listening. And, there have been many times where hard times have been happening. Kathy, you made reference in the background and you were unaware of it. And we continue that because you are also going through things in your life and you are also dealing with horrible things. And we appreciate the job one for us is to be there and to put on the show that you come here for. And I just personally want to thank you for your indulgence for, this passage of time right now. Because it's important that we allow Kathy to say what you want to say, and for us to say what we want to say to you, and so that means a lot to us.
Yeah, and it's just thank you. It was 22 years of, like I said, laughter. I mean, it was wonderful. I don't regret any part of being with you guys for this long. It was an amazing experience.
Well, moving forward, what we're hoping to do tomorrow is spend some time and having Kathy here. I don't know how things are going to play out, guys. I'll be honest with you.
We don't know.
We don't know. This industry has can sometimes not allow you to do something like that. It's just the way it is. I've seen it. I've been in radio for 35 years, and I've seen a lot of times where we don't get an opportunity like this. We would like to tomorrow be able to spend time with Kathy and maybe taking some of our favorite moments of the past 20 some odd years and playing back some old segments and maybe talking about some stuff about those moments. And so it might happen tomorrow. I'm not really sure. But I just want you to be aware of that's what the case is. And we're working on what Kathy's role is going to be filled by the rest of us here. Like I said, nobody's coming in to replace. We're moving forward. The show continues with this group, and that's just where we are. Mm-hmm. That's just the scenario. Okay, and we have a rest of a show to do, too.
I know.
Yeah.
What are we going to do, guys?
Well, I think we should probably, knowing what we know about you, you probably want to spend a lot of time talking about the band Fish.
I thought it was going to be a lot of fart stuff.
I was thinking 6 jars of farts from mixed martial arts.
I mean, she keeps begging.
By the way, if you think the farts were copious prior to this, with Kathy gone, our overseer, it's going to be disgusting.
You guys are going to be in trouble.
We're going to get sick of it.
We're going to get bloody, Raj.
Yeah.
That's
We're
going to
be such a mess.
Oh, my God. Okay. We should probably take a break. So we'll do that very thing. We'll come back in a moment. We still have things to do. Bizarre File, the money, contents, Preston Steve 20 money. So thank you for being here. Thank you. And we love you, Kathy. All right, we'll take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. 93.3 WMMR, everything that rocks. A little message musically from our friends in Queen, Catherine, our best friend. 9:46 a.m. We just made a big announcement, a big emotional announcement, and we'll reiterate it. I mean, we did the bulk of what we were going to say just a little while ago, but let's take a final look at traffic. Kathy, what's going on?
95 northbound stop traffic between the Maryland State Line and 896. It's an accident in the two left lanes. A vehicle fire has the New Jersey Turnpike closed. Eastbound at Route 130, it stopped back to the connector bridge. The right lane is closed, so you can pass by it, but just the right lane closed there. Lancaster Avenue, we've got a serious fire in Radnor and Aberdeen Avenue closed. Schuylkill eastbound, heavy from the Boulevard into the Vine. Westbound, Bear Avenue to South Street. City to Gladwin. At South Street, there's an accident in the left lane. 95 northbound, slowing from the Betsy Ross Bridge to Cotman. Southbound from Cotman into the Vine. The Vine jams westbound the lane, eastbound from the Schuylkill to Broad, and on the Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound, that's slowing Virginia Drive to Fort Washington. This traffic report brought to you by Share a Ride Match program. Reward yourself when you leave your car at home with the free Share a Ride Match program. You can find a carpool, transit choices, and other travel options. Then record your trips and earn points towards fun items. Learn more at pacarpool.org. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy, for just tuning in. We made the unfortunate announcement that Kathy will be departing WMMR, our entire company. Most likely tomorrow. And if you would like to hear the extended conversation that we had to kick that off, you're going to have to check our podcast, or you can go to our stream at YouTube and get all of the information there. And but we announced that. I do want to follow that up with we here, me, Steve, Casey, Nick, Marissa, will need your continued support. As listeners. And I just want to stress that we're all still a big group as far as we're concerned, with you being a part of that as well. And we will need your continued support. And we hope that obviously you will continue to give that support, because we have plenty of things to do and plenty of things to talk about. And we'll continue to do that every single day.
We've done it for years. We'll continue to do it. Kathy has always been a big supporter of that. And Kathy, if we do get questions, we direct them to you, right?
That's fine.
All right.
Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
We'll do that. And Kathy, as a little parting gift, I got you something. I want you to have this.
That's beautiful.
It's a picture of you.
That looks just like you, Preston.
It'll look nice in my house. Thank you.
You should put that probably on your ceiling.
I was
above
thinking
your bed.
front door of the house.
All right.
Right in the foyer.
If you want to make sure you never have sex again.
I'm just going to hang that right, so everyone, as soon as they walk in my house, they can see the picture of Preston.
Marissa?
All right, I didn't think we were going to do this, but Kathy, I got you something too.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do you want me to open it now?
Please.
All right, okay.
Oh, okay.
Make it quick.
I was joking. I want to keep that picture of me, actually.
I don't want to keep this.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my God. I'm going to kill her. What is it? You just did this right now. I think I know what it is. I knew it.
Uh-oh.
So for a long time, Marissa and I
15 years.
Back and forth. Has it been 15 years?
Probably.
Have passed back and forth. I mean, it ended up on car windshields. It was on computers. It was in desk drawers. But it was this.
Oh, my God.
That got passed back and forth.
It's a dolphin dildo.
Yeah.
Well, now it's yours forever.
Now I cannot get rid of it. This is now mine.
Yeah, forever. You're stuck with that.
No give backs.
Maybe you'll finally use it.
Sure.
I love you.
Did you see how she covered her ass, Kathy? She said the final no give back.
No give backs. Yeah.
Though that only in here, but in the outside world.
I'm leaving with it.
Yeah.
That was like that picture you and I used to pass back and forth, Casey, of the girl giving oral.
Yeah, I think that it's in your possession.
I think I think it's my turn.
You're next.
By the way. Well,
tried to do something that years ago with a king cobra.
Oh. Nobody wanted to play?
Well, the first guy never sent it back.
Hang on, Kathy, because I got you something too.
Oh, man.
No, I know what it is.
A photo of Rockstar Rob from his prom that's been taped underneath my desk for at least
at least a decade.
At least
right?
a decade, yeah. And the same thing. We tried giving this back and forth.
So
we actually, I didn't know that, because I have a good luck photo. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude,
Hold on,
it's under. You had to have been sitting like back in the corner there and just happened to peek underneath Nick's area.
Wow.
I actually
Rob looks like Whitney Cummings in this picture.
You know what's funny? That picture might actually be from my cousin's wedding.
Really?
Your cousin married Rockstar Rob?
No. But he was friends with my cousin's
I feel like
ex-wife.
it did come in. Oh, Steve, you are not giving me that. You have to keep that.
It's a good luck charm.
Keep it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I would give it to you.
I'll take a
though,
picture of it.
That's how much. It is a picture that stayed with us ever since we got here.
Yeah, it's a photo when we got here. The show before us were the Philly guys. Marissa was working for them, and it was a picture of this old, really wizened-looking man, shirtless, painting a WMMR banner or thing, and Steve has kept that.
I've kept it
day one because it was in the office.
It was in the
moved
office,
into.
and I said, "This is the good luck charm." So.
You know what's funny or interesting or whatever when awful announcements like this happen or something bad happens, you find out how many people are listening.
Yeah.
How many people care. And oh crap, I'm gonna start crying again. But it's like,
here, look at this shirtless old guy.
If anybody has to contact me today, it might be difficult for me to get back to you because it's like you get. I mean, I can't even imagine what your phone's doing right now, Kathy, because mine was blowing up during that whole announcement, and emails and texts and direct messages and the whole nine.
And you know what makes me cry is when people are nice, like when they're genuinely nice about the situation. I mean. It just, I don't know, for whatever reason, I get choked up about it.
Well, you're seeing the thing that connects us all, the best of it. And you go through life and you get hardened to certain things. And then in those moments when you see people, a genuine, sincere expression and which, a manifestation of what we hope we've put out into the area, because we know people always say, oh, you were there, they were driving to something bad and they were listening to us. I said, you cannot even imagine, I'm sure you echo this, the joy and everything you've given to us, what it's meant to us for you to participate and listen to the show. And it's not just, casting that off casually. It really has a profound effect.
Yeah. Like I said, we want to try to have another program tomorrow with Kathy on it. May or may not happen. It's just the way the industry works sometimes. It's unfortunate I have to explain that to you, but that's the way it is. But we're hoping to play some old clips and relive some great moments. On the off chance that is not the case, I did have Marissa put this together for you,
no.
Kathy. No, this is great. This is not it's up there, Case. I'm sorry. This has been going on for years, but we can. Some people are so impressed by Kathy's traffic skills.
Seasoned actors.
I mean, A-list famous people as well. So I don't know who all is on this, but I had Marissa put together a montage of people complimenting your traffic.
Oh my gosh.
You ready, Case?
Yep.
All right, hit it.
Oh, you want me to?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Here we go. Tony Hale is
Kathy, your traffic report was really impressive. It makes me want to go on the road just because of what you said.
Well, thank you.
That was really impressive.
Kevin Costner had the opposite. He said it sounded like a war out there that he wanted to avoid. Yeah.
I like to put a positive spin on it.
Kathy, you just sound like you're describing a war out there. I expected you to end it with, we got these guys surrounded.
Some days it is.
That's essentially what's happening every morning.
Yeah. Rob McElhenney, who is on this morning.
Before we jump into it, I have a question for you because I heard Kathy as I was listening to the traffic report, and it was reminding me that, of course, there are some downsides to COVID winding down, and that is people sitting in traffic all over the country once again. Did I hear that the Schuylkill Expressway is down to one lane?
Oh my God.
Both directions?
Yeah, it's down to one lane between Passyunk and Broad Street.
Okay, not to get bogged down in the specific details of my beloved home city and its traffic, but I think this is something that affects everybody that's listening to this right now. We have been in our homes for a full year.
Yeah.
To their credit, they actually shut the Schuylkill down. They would alternate between east and westbound. So they did do that during the pandemic. They were doing some construction but they were completely shutting the roadway down.
Wow. Well, let's look at it positively the way that Kathy did. I really appreciate it.
Yes, Mr. Michael Ian Black.
Yeah, I am blown away by the traffic report. Just watching you do it live to me is unbelievable. Just a string of words just blazing out of your mouth. Just words. You say them with such confidence. Even though you're reading it, you're clearly reading it from a screen.
Yeah.
You have all the information in front of you. I don't know how you do that.
Well, thank you.
Want to try it? Do you want to go over to it?
Yes. So you're just going from here to where? All the way down?
Well,
Did you
no,
read
I don't.
all of that?
I don't
She
go,
picks out.
Yeah, I'll pick out. I don't do everything. anything, and I don't go in
which to How do you know? Like, how do you even prioritize Pennsylvania Turnpike? What WB? What does that mean?
Westbound.
Okay. I can't do it.
He's gone. He's out.
I'm just staring at it. Over on the Vine Street Expressway, I-676 westbound. We did have a 2-minute delay, so you might want to watch out. I don't know. The amount of panic I felt in that moment.
It's pretty
the
good.
Stress of that.
Kevin Smith is right here.
I was just thinking of growing up listening to the radio, listening to the traffic report. That stuff gets embedded in your head. Like you are somebody's childhood right now. You don't know it. You sit there rattling off the traffic and whatnot, but somewhere some kid is just like, I live for that traffic report. And when they grow up and when they hear your voice, they'll be like, that is the sound of a happy childhood. It's really kind of amazing.
All right, and that's just a sliver of some of the celebs that have come through here. I usually get myself ready, Kath.
Yeah.
For when I introduce a celebrity who is here in studio. And then I'll say their name, and I'm like, all right, here comes the comment on Kathy's traffic.
I think Richard Gere even. Did Richard Gere make a mention?
I don't know.
And that, for you,
name after name after name. And Marissa did the very difficult task of going back into the archives and trying to find them because I don't remember. I haven't written them down, who's commented. But.
Didn't Dennis Quaid hang out behind you and
that was a live read, I think.
That's
he
right.
came in and basically did a live read with me.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even remember what. It might have been Westchester University.
Okay.
It's probably Sun Rocket.
Sun Rocket, definitely. Yeah, absolutely.
You're killed it with those.
The bulk of how many times are we all, somebody will say, oh, yeah, when he was over here, and I go, what? We talked to that. We interviewed this person over 20 plus years, 20 or 27 collectively for the show.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy, how many people, and they come through and you forget have been here. But I'd say a vast portion of them were impressed by your traffic, Kathy.
Who's my guy that I'll always
David Faustino.
remember? David Faustino.
It's okay if you're going to forget somebody. Bud Bundy is probably okay.
I literally said, no, I never met him. And then you guys pulled up the picture, and I'm standing next to him in the picture. I wasn't even on the end of the picture that time.
Yeah.
I was next to him.
And, a lot of what you as a listener do not get to experience or see is, when we do these live commercial endorsements, which we do during the commercial breaks, is what's going on right beforehand or during. And there's a lot of activity that takes place. And some people don't even realize that we're actually doing those live on the air. But there are, the music will start and we're like, none of us were paying attention. We're like, who's supposed to be on? All right, mic's on. Up. F. God, Kathy, get over here. You're up. All right, 3, 2, 1. And then they go into it. And so there's a lot of pointing and a lot of, hey, get over here. You got 10 seconds. Yeah. They're down the hall. I'm running down the hall to get back in place for all this stuff.
Many is the time.
Yeah. And so that's why sometimes it may sound out of breath or we're not saying the words exactly properly.
Wait, you were taking stairs. I don't know if you still do it when you come up here. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do that too. And so I started taking the stairs and I was late one day for traffic. Do you guys remember this? I couldn't
You sounded like you were having an aneurysm.
I took four flights of stairs and came right into the studio to do traffic. How stupid. I should have just been like, not going to make it. I couldn't breathe and we got off. And Steve goes, were you a little out of breath? I basically couldn't get through it.
Yeah.
Traffic is good.
You'd be surprised that even like a 10-yard trot.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oh my God, I got to zip over here real quick. And then you have to read and breathe properly. It's harder than it sounds.
And then it gets in your head and you're like, stop breathing so heavy.
I'm breathing heavy. Oh my God, I got to get this together. Dramatic pause. Okay. All right. Well, we had to kill a little bit of time till we hit this time. It is 10 o'clock, and let's give away some money.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
Santa's got to go.
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money Keyword.
All right. Word is nominee. I shall spell that for you. NOMINEE. You have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it on the MMR app or at WMMR.com, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry won $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each MMR winner gets a pair of MMRBQ tickets as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. And Preston and Steve's 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So again, the word is nominee, Nominee. Enter that now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting Research Department, and they're seeking volunteers for an alopecia areata clinical trial. Adults and kids 12 and older with 50% or more scalp hair loss are eligible. You can learn more at PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. 1 second.
Yeah, man.
Thank
Do you have a bit of it today as well?
I have a little bit of that,
Yeah.
and then Casey and I have been snacking on
cashews.
On cashews.
Oh, that's not good.
And you get a little nut in your throat.
Yeah.
You know, from time to time.
I've had that.
Occupational hazard.
Yeah.
All right, so a new and concerning trend is gaining traction on TikTok, and it's led to the evacuations of some schools across Connecticut. Students are recording themselves sticking items like pencils and springs into the charging ports of their Chromebooks that ends up setting them on fire.
Oh.
Newington High School was evacuated last week.
It's insane.
I know. So the superintendent, Maureen Brumett, said, on Thursday, I was alerted by both my director and security and high school principal that we had a Chromebook that was smoking. We were able to do an investigation. It became clear that the damage was done intentionally, that it wasn't a malfunction in Chromebook, but rather a student had intentionally done things to it that caused it to smoke and eventually melt. Brumett said that she doesn't know why students are participating in this trend, but that it's destructive, expensive, and dangerous.
Let me ask you, do you think I could get the thing, the stunt of wood chipper diving to catch on?
I don't know. Why don't you do it first?
Yeah, I would try it.
We'll
Yeah.
see what happens. Smoke filled the classroom and firefighters rushed to the scene. Similar incidents happened on Monday at both Derby High School and Cromwell High School. The fire chief of the area said the hallways were filling with smoke. We arrived there. The school was already being evacuated, and we went in and ended up finding a laptop in a classroom pretty much out but on fire at one point. So investigations are underway across the districts.
And these are the Chromebooks that they get issued, right?
Yeah. It's going to cost them a bunch of money, too. All right, the FBI says every single field office, this is a messed up story, every single field office has opened investigations related to a network of predators who coerce teen victims online into self-harm, child pornography, and animal abuse. And I want you to be aware of this, gang. Those are just some of the crimes attributed to what's called the members of 764.
Yeah.
A loose association of violent criminals who apparently enjoy tormenting others for status and amusement. There are related cases connected to the group in countries around the world, and the FBI says that there could be thousands of victims. The name of the group is attributed to the first 3 digits of the zip code for Stephenville, Texas, the hometown of group founder Bradley Cadenhead, currently serving an 80-year sentence for child pornography. How demented is that? So that's not only a bizarre file story.
It's a warning.
It's a warning, so just be aware. 764. Keep an eye out. Let's see what else we have. We need something a little bit lighter after that. How about this? All right, in another batch of declassified CIA documents, there are reports of 3 alien bases that were supposedly located through remote viewing. You guys familiar with remote viewing?
No. Where you're outside your body and you can see things.
Yeah, so it's like a psychic power that some
Nick,
people...
it's like that candlestick telephone over there.
I got you,
Same sort
yeah.
of thing, yeah.
They claim to have. So in 1986, a remote viewer claimed to have seen one called the Titan base, where 2 male...
Let's take a picture to last longer.
2 male technician types seated at a control panel while being supervised by an attractive female with brown shoulder-length hair wearing a pale green lab coat. That's what one saw. Another was a second base where apparently remotely viewed at Alaska's Mount Hayes, where 2 entities were found, but contact was unable to be made while they were accomplishing some sort of routine task. And then the third base was located in either Africa or South America, where there were once again 2 entities, one with a very large round-shaped head and a slender neck, and the other almost human-like, apparently, that That second alien was aware of the remote viewer's presence, but was friendly.
Yes, I'm seeing a secretary with large breasts sitting on a chair, and the top buttons are undone, and she's got these stockings on that are so very lickable. I'm a little concerned about the first guy who's like, he's describing this, he's using he's putting that in the spank bank.
None of the information was ever conclusively.
Oh, she's getting up now. She's walking across. Oh, she's got a great ass on her.
Was never.
What about the aliens?
Oh,
I forgot.
Conclusively proven, and the project was eventually shut down in 1995 after
please don't.
After it was determined it wasn't going to be useful for intelligence operations.
It'd be wild. It was wild they put that much stock in it initially.
Yeah. Coming soon to a car salesperson near you, Les Person. Chinese car maker Cherry Automotive is rolling out Mornine, a blonde humanoid robot to sell cars in showrooms.
Here we go.
It was developed with AI Moga. Maureen was...
Moga, sell them for less.
Did they say "God bless Emmanuel"?
No, it's DOS. I'll play DOS.
Maureen was shown off at Shanghai Auto Show and a big event in Wuhu, China.
Woohoo!
These robots, which cost about the same as a car, can walk, talk, and answer questions about car models using DeepSeek AI. They wear sunglasses and have long hair, but some find their look a bit creepy. Cherry's president, Zhang Guibing, says that robots like Mornine are the future, with a bigger market than cars. The company plans to sell 220 Mornines to dealers worldwide this year, with one already working in Malaysia. Steve, it's iRobot. Nothing has gone off the rails yet, but I mean the more and more AI and now putting them into humanoid form is going to be.
It's a step
we're
in
going to
that
see more of
direction.
this.
But for me here, Preston, I think one of the things because this thing is wearing a visor, you don't see the eyes.
Yeah,
and I think we as humans connect to eyes,
right?
And we have to see something that at least approximates eyes.
But I wonder if the uncanny valley falls within the eyes when you see that and they're not real. That it might be even more creepy than the visor. I don't know.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But you're already trading it in with the way the mouth moves and everything. It's close enough to be uncanny valley.
Wow.
I don't know why they have to make her sexy though.
Dude, sex robots are on the way. I've been saying this for 25 years. Yep. They are on the way.
Oh, you would like to introduce our line of a very ugly robot. Look at this pig.
No, but they gave. I'm even going to call it a her. It's a robot. It doesn't have a gender, but they gave it a great body.
They gave it a women's form. No, they gave it a women's physique for sure.
So they know what they're playing to and the way we respond. But it's interesting though.
Yeah.
Did you watch the movie Companion yet?
Not yet. No.
Okay,
that's on the list.
Take a spin on that.
I got to get to. Well, I need the blow station.
The blow station. Yeah, exactly. To run
that
it.
Sex toy we were talking about the other day. All right, that's it in Bizarre Files. So you have, until 25 minutes after the hour to enter the word nominee for 20 money. So make sure you do that, NOMINEE. And maybe you'll win that $1,000. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll do lesson, question, trash, music, news. All right? We'll be right back. I'm sure you've played festivals throughout the years and things like that. That's for any of you guys. Any other bands that have become really tight with Coheed and Cambria?
Well, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. There's numerous bands that I think we all have toured with throughout the years that we've gotten closer with relationship wise in the past few years. For me personally, I have our friends from a band that we toured with early on called Thursday. Some friends from a band called Circus Survive that we toured with a lot. They're actually from Pennsylvania.
Okay.
How do your shows? How do they? I mean, obviously they differ in how long your set is. But when you do like a festival type of setting where you have to shrink everything down, how do you guys approach that?
just like that, basically.
Right.
You just play faster. It's the full concert, just at 78.
Yeah, it's tough because you don't get the sound checks, you don't get that sort of attention. So yeah, it's really kind of a running gun situation.
You know what I never really thought of was in those type of settings, the festival shows, because you talk about like lighting and stuff like that, like how that all works. Because we have our MMRBQ every single year, and I never really paid attention to, because you guys have your own lighting guy, right? So or lighting people. How many people do you got doing your?
I think there's just a lighting and video tech.
Okay.
I believe. And then of course like
all the other
sort of setting it up.
Yep. So your question was?
Well, just how that, I forgot that I'd even asked a question.
What do you guys like to eat?
No, how that's, because it's.
I forgot I had a question.
Well, it started getting answered, and I was like, maybe the question got answered. I have no idea. But the light, so you talk about the sound on the stage, that's one thing, right?
To flesh that out.
When one band ends and all their equipment and all that stuff goes to the back of the house, and then the new stuff comes out, but like the lights don't come down, right? So you have to work with the lights that are in house.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Unless of course if you are headlining the set, then you can bring in your situation. But yeah, if you're just one of many, you're.
I assume you put sanitizer on everything too, just to make sure you're not catching colds and stuff. So.
Well, listen, Coheed and Cambria are getting ready for their own tour. Themselves putting on their own production, and it's getting underway. They're doing rehearsals right now. It kicks off, actually, this says on Tuesday in Miami. That's where you guys have your first show?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, good luck. And Alkaline Trio is going to be on that bill as well. But they'll be back here in our area on July 27th, the Leah Chorus Center, and tickets are available at coheedandcambria.com. And if you've been looking for a nice body of work and you've never dove into the Coheed and Cambria catalog, it's all there for you.
Sitting right
There's
there,
a
ready.
Story waiting to be had.
It's if you're a fan,
be entertained.
Just talking to John Anderson from Yes,
we just had him on last
talking
week.
about it's there. If you say they don't make it anymore, they do, and you the guys that are doing it. So it's awesome.
Yes. And Josh has removed his tambourine from his foot. Just
it's
now.
hard to jog with that.
The gig's over, man. Taking it off. You guys are awesome. We love you. Thank you so much for coming by this morning. Wonderful to have you. Let's hear it for Coheed and Cambria, Josh, Zach, Travis, and Claudio. We will take a break, and we'll be right back. Make sure you stay with us. Kath, so I don't know if we should do a weekly segment or not, but Casey's Adventures could certainly be one of those.
We could call it DDIY. Don't do it yourself.
Don't do it yourself.
My adventures with home improvements.
What was the last one?
Ceiling fan on the front porch.
The ceiling fan.
The door wouldn't open because it was actually colliding with the blades of the ceiling fan.
Yeah. So that was that. That was last week.
Yeah. And by the way, shout out to the two gentlemen who live on my street. They were walking down to the beach yesterday, and they're like, "Oh, is that the ceiling fan that you put up?" I'm like, "Yes, it is." As a matter of fact, only took me 2 tries.
So, new adventure this weekend, and listen, one that I think other people can sympathize with.
That's why we opted to go with this, right?
Yeah. So
I certainly have a passion when it comes to this particular topic.
Yeah.
Well, I'd rather hear from you and your passion than me go into the entire saga, the 2-day saga that this was.
Well, just give us a thumbnail.
I will give you a
from
thumbnail.
there.
So I'll just how everything started was
you were trying to mount a beached whale.
Saturday morning, my wife was making bacon, and she took the bacon out of the oven, and it set off the fire alarms,
right?
The smoke alarms. And they're hardwired, so when one goes off, every single one in the house goes off,
right?
Until you clear the initial smoke alarm. So the smoke alarm went off. It triggered everything else. Everything went off, and then as soon as all the alarms went off, the smoke detector started chirping. All right, so it's a smoke detector. I believe it was a smoke and
carbon
monoxide detector.
Right.
So it starts chirping. The thing is, when it chirps, there are a few different things that chirps could mean. So it was a 5 chirper, right? So it would go beep, 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 beep. I think that was 5.
Right. That was
thank you. What that indicates is that's the end of life for the smoke detector.
For the unit itself.
For the unit
Not
itself.
you.
Not me.
You have all been terminated. You have all been terminated. You have all been terminated.
Beep 5 times, please.
Yeah. And
Machine gun defense unit activated.
This was Saturday morning. Beep, 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 beep.
Right.
Okay. Well, so my buddy's an electrician. I asked him what I should do. He said, replace them all, right? So I'm now at Lowe's.
You're going to replace the physical units.
We're going to replace the physical units. Now, this also does require turning circuits off and using electricity. I'm not comfortable with it, but I had just replaced the ceiling fan the week before. I felt confident that it was not going to electrocute
You're a master
myself.
craftsman.
I'm getting there, Steve, right? You know, I'm an apprentice at this point. All right, long story short. 7 smoke detectors later. 7 and 2 days of changing smoke detectors, interchanging smoke detectors, taking smoke detectors down, almost 48 hours of this because it was chirping the entire time. It chirped all day Saturday, all night Saturday night.
It will drive you flat out of your effing mind.
I was constantly on the phone texting with my friend Phil, who is an electrician.
And you appreciate the service that it provides.
Yes.
It is a life-saving device. We've seen in the news situations where places without, you've had loss of life. So you understand the importance of it. Doesn't diminish how goddamn annoying it can be when it's chirping away and you're trying to get it to stop.
And when I had taken the initial alarm detector off, when that stopped chirping, when that was unplugged, the one in the back room started chirping, okay? When I took them both down, the one in the spare bedroom started chirping. Beep, 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 okay? So I'm like, I took them all down. And then my last final ditch was to
replace the fan.
I called Rodney. Rodney is
the man.
An engineer.
Yeah.
He's not only an engineer, but he's also a firefighter.
Yeah.
He said, my electrician friend, he goes, I think it's a wiring issue. I'm like, how can a wiring issue just happen out of nowhere?
Yeah.
Right? So my last final ditch effort, if this thing did not work, what I was going to do is I was going to take all of the smoke detectors off of the ceiling, cap the wires, and just use battery-operated, not hardwired smoke detectors because I can't take the chirping anymore.
Okay.
So.
Oh, well, okay, because I'll have an observation when you're done with this about battery-operated.
Right. So Rodney recommended that I turn the circuit off, that I pull all of the batteries, the spare batteries out of the smoke detectors, turn the circuit back on, okay? And then put the batteries back in. Okay,
so what happened?
So I turned the circuit off, still chirping. Start taking batteries off, still chirping. Okay. I turned the circuit back on, put the batteries in, everything's still chirping, and I'm like, well, screw it. I said, I'm done now. I'm absolutely done. So then, one by one, I take the one smoke detector out in the kitchen. I take the one smoke detector out in the spare in the back room. I take the one smoke detector off in the bedroom. And then the one in the hallway, and I have them all in a box, and I'm getting ready, and I just hear beep, 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 beep. Now, I hear the beep, 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 beep coming from the back room.
Right.
Okay. I go, and I'm looking in this back room for a smoke detector, right?
I would love to have seen the look on your face.
I'm like, I took.
You have all the smoke detectors in boxes.
In the box. There is where is this thing coming
the smoke
from?
detector's in the house. Get out.
I'm standing in the doorway, and I hear beep, 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 beep. And I look down, and it was the carbon monoxide detector that was plugged into the wall the entire time, and it was never. Ever for 2 days straight, never was the chirping ever coming from the smoke detector.
Oh my God.
Okay, so you have to understand when these things chirp.
All right, they all sound the same. Yeah.
They all sound the same, but I guess the frequency of what it sounds like you're in the room.
So we have an old house of a Victorian farm. It has countless. So there's our main level, the second level, and the third level, which is basically a bedroom, the third level, and then the basement. You're right, so right, that when that frequency, it ricochets all over the house. There have been countless times where I'm standing there with the step ladder, and I have a case of batteries just standing like I'm hunting African game,
right?
And then you are sure, and it takes forever. Why don't they include a blinking light on the one that is chirping. We have the Nest system, which is very good. Mind you, no complaints. It updates. It does this whole thing. It also has a thing where if you're walking down the hall and you get in proximity, a little bit of...
A beautiful song, 93.3 WMMR, Mr. Pete Townsend. I've got information coming up in a little bit within music news about The Who coming to town. Yeah, an announcement. Very, very cool thing. Speaking of announcements, we made a very sad, profoundly sad announcement earlier this morning, and we cried heavily over it. But if you're just tuning in, you haven't heard yet, Kathy is moving on from WMMR. And if you would like to hear the extended announcement and our comments on that, you can go to, you can check out our YouTube stream. We did it at 9 o'clock this morning, and you can also check our podcast out. And it was not easy.
No.
But it was a reality that we had to share and find a way to do it with you. Our very close friend who's here every single day, and we appreciate you. And you'll hear the sentiments. We can go over them again and again, but I think it's pretty clearly spelled out.
I don't know if you've heard, but the papal conclave paused.
They did pause.
Once the news got to the
I can imagine.
It's the reason for the black smoke
That's
this
right.
morning.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Whatever your favorite color is, that's the smoke will come out.
We're hoping for a little bit more tomorrow, but we'll do business as usual for now. So, lesson question. We're going to give away a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Theo Von at the Wells Fargo Center, and that is Wednesday, July 9th. I got to go. Let me see. I got to go with this question. What's the sequel to The Blob? If you heard that earlier this morning. God, I have to quit eating cashews.
You haven't learned yet? Before you go on air.
Right before we go on air. Hang on.
You would think.
I got choked up earlier for a different reason. Now I'm just joking.
It's the cashews.
You would think the greats like Paul Harvey always had a mouthful of cashews when they started broadcasting.
And that's the rest of the story. All right, anyway, what is the sequel to The Blob? Now, if you know the answer to that, you need to text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333, as that is how we are taking the answers, not on the phone, via Zoom, please. And we'll see if you know the answer to that, and we'll see if we can get a winner. While we are waiting for you to do that, we're going to do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Rita's. New Cola Ice is now at Rita's. You can try the Twisted Cola Blender with Cocoa Lime Cream. And get to Rita's quick. Cola treats are here for a limited time only. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Politico reporting that a number of cardinals at the Vatican watched the movie Conclave, I just mentioned it, in preparation for the actual event going on now. In addition, many of the cardinals also watched Encino Man.
Oh, okay.
All right.
My God.
I just wouldn't figure that. OnlyFans adult model MILF Elena St. James has become the oldest person to ever have her vagina replicated for a fleshlight. The 50-year-old St. James says her fleshlight ends up being a twofer, as it can double as a hammock.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Rob Pattinson was noticeably absent from the Met Gala on Monday, providing what many saw as a suspicious excuse. Pattinson claims that he had to stay home to feed gummy bears to his diabetic macaque. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Let's go to the Zoomer and see if we can get an answer. We've got Matt that's going to join us. Hey, Matt, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
Yo, bud. All right, so the question is, what is the sequel to The Blob?
The Blurb.
The Blurb. Yes.
Thank you for being a friend.
Nice work, Matt. Hang on, we're going to get your info. We're going to set you up. You got yourself a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Theo Von at the Wells Fargo Center, Wednesday, July 9th. And tickets go on sale Friday, tomorrow, via Ticketmaster. For more information, you can head to WMMR.com. So hang on, bud. We'll do this.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you this morning by Coors Light. You can join the Preston and Steve Show live from Keenan's in North Wildwood, Friday, May 23rd. The official opening of the Jersey Shore from Coors Banquet. You can start your summer, start your legacy. So an announcement took place just a little while ago, and The Who, the Song is Over North American Farewell Tour will be coming through Philadelphia for 2 area shows.
So that's very cool. But let me ask you something. Am I misremembering that The Who already had a form of a farewell tour?
In the 1980s, Steve, if I remember correctly.
So that one did not take.
I believe so. I believe they had a farewell tour. I remember it. You'd have to check on when that was.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2 area shows. So they're going to be performing August 21st at the Wells Fargo Center, or whatever it will be named by then. August 21st.
The Kathy Romano Arena.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to pull for that.
Dude.
And then Jim Whelan Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City on August 23rd. The pre-sale will begin on Tuesday, May 13th. And then the general on sale next Friday, May 16th. I had the pleasure of seeing The Who live once, and it was phenomenal show. It was excellent.
So
they have a great band that backs them up, obviously with a couple of members gone.
Who opened on that tour?
Oh, I don't remember.
So I told you.
It was at, I saw them at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, wow.
And it was, Steve, it was the maybe early 2000s. No, it was late 90s. We had just started doing mornings. It was then.
I remember you making a point. You kept saying, I want to see this band. I want to see this band. And you went and did it. Mine was Shea Stadium with The Clash opening.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to see them a few times. I think the last time I saw them was when they came through town. They did the ballpark, and they had the backing orchestra, which is really cool. And they sounded fantastic. It was awesome. The only show I've ever seen at Boardwalk Hall was The Who. And it's cool that they're coming back there. What was the date for Boardwalk Hall, Preston?
That is August 23rd.
Nice.
Nice. I'm going to hot take here. This is their best song.
I love this song. I don't necessarily feel it's probably your personal favorite, right?
Yeah.
It's one of my personal faves, and it's a pretty just straight ahead tune. It doesn't do anything crazy, but it's kind of hypnotic in its rhythm and its tone.
Is this what you were listening to when you got your first kiss in the treehouse?
No.
Wait, that was me. I was the one who had the first kiss in the treehouse.
Okay, all right.
All right, but anyhow,
Preston, Casey was there as your cuck.
Oh, yeah.
Your kiss cuck.
Forgot about that. Kiss Cuck. That's a good band name. Kiss Cuck. I like that. All right, so a few other things, and this is a sad story to share. It's not the kind of update you want to hear, but Brad Arnold, lead singer of the band Three Doors Down, shared yesterday. He's been diagnosed with clear cell renal carcinoma. It's a type of kidney cancer.
Oh, my God.
And it has spread to his lungs. So once it does something like that, that's considered stage 4. In an emotional video on social media, Arnold told fans that he'd been sick a few weeks earlier and got checked out at the hospital where doctors found the cancer. Staying positive, he says his faith in God keeps him fearless, and he is ready to fight. Because of his health, Three Doors Down had to cancel their upcoming summer tour, including shows with Creed's Summer of '99 tour. And I believe we had that video posted at WMMR.com. The full story is there. And there's the home video that he made of that. So,
the music news, actually, Nick, and you pointed out that the site, one of the things that is solid is the music news that breaks.
Yeah.
We usually report first.
This is how I found out about this story. It was on WMMR.com, yeah.
Yep. Soundgarden. After the death of Chris Cornell, fans feared that they might never get more music from the musicians again. However, according to lead guitarist Kim Thale, the plan is to still release their final album with Chris Cornell because the vocals have been recorded. The beloved vocalist and rhythm guitarist was 52 years old at the time of his death. He said, "Our objective and goal was always to complete that album. I probably have OCD enough to not want," this is what Kim Thale said, "I probably have OCD enough to not want to leave something unfinished or incomplete like that. So I think that the more we can attend to our body of work and catalog, I think everyone in the band feels that way, and I don't just attend to my work, but the collective work, and in this case, specifically the work of Chris." He said, "I have pride for what I did, and I want to see that come out. It doesn't exist in the vacuum. It exists as a collaboration with Matt and Ben and Chris, but it takes on an entirely different weight when you think about what it is that you're honoring and the work that you're paying tribute to. It is us collectively. We want to do it proud, and that part of us is certainly one of the most intimate components of what Soundgarden has been since 1984.
So I think it'd be, so they have the vocals recorded. Obviously, the songs are written. There have been cases where they've sort of Frankenstein things together, and it doesn't seem right. But all the elements are there.
Mm-hmm. He said it would be a great gift to the fans, and I don't think about this And I don't know how strange this sounds, but I feel like it's a gift to Chris, too. And then one last thing, Marissa sent this over to me. This is pretty cool. It's a unique thing. It's DJ presents Prog Rock Night at Kung Fu Necktie. It's free. There's no cover, and it is tonight. I don't know the time of the event, but the release says it's a new event encompassing all things progressive rock, from Rush to Pink Floyd, from Iron Maiden to Dream Theater.
Oh, nice.
If you're a fan of the genre, this unusual theme will create a one-of-a-kind experience. So he's going to be spinning music from these bands, and I looked at the full list, so it's everything. It's like, yes, King Crimson, Jethro Tull, Styx, Deep Purple, the Moody Blues, Frank Zappa, ELP, Genesis, Queensryche, ELO, Asia, Tool, Coheed and Camera. And a couple of bands in there might sound surprising, but Styx...
Yes.
Styx had progressive elements to their music.
They absolutely did.
And ELO as well. Some bands that you may not think of have that.
It's like Mr. Roboto.
In their repertoire. It very much was.
Okay.
The
whole album is a concept album.
Yeah, it's a concept album, yeah.
So
that is a robot as well, Preston.
That was a robot. Yeah, we're almost there.
All right, so in order for it to be a concept album, do all the songs need to weave together?
Usually,
Okay.
they have some sort of connection. There are ones that are, if you take like Animals, Pink Floyd, that was their wheelhouse. With
But if
that.
there's just a couple of songs that weave together, that doesn't.
Well, it can. So Rush, one of the great prog rock bands, like 2112, that concept is just on one side. Okay. Back when albums had sides,
Yes.
that was one side. Same thing with Hemispheres. However, Clockwork Angels, the entire album, threaded together a story. So there are some that can be, if 3 or 4 songs are part of a suite of sorts.
Preston D.
it can be-
Snyder's Van Helsing's Curse.
Yeah, it can be considered a progressive. Conceptual as well. So that's tonight. Kung Fu Necktie. Thought I would mention that for the prog rock fans. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We're going to wrap up our program. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and that's what we'll do. We'll be right back.
Down from it to illuminate your way.
Right.
At night. Nice. That's nice without 8 or 9 cats constantly setting it off. So the batteries, I'm forever. That's why I got like a battery caddy.
Mm-hmm.
But that slap echo around the house makes it impossible to find out where it's coming from.
I implore the whole family. I fortunately have numbers on my side, and I'm like, all right, you go in that room, you go in that room.
Oh, my God.
Everybody shut up and be quiet and listen.
Can they come over to my house?
But here's what I need to know. Here's what I need to know, Casey. Okay. At this moment, when you realize that it's the carbon monoxide and you've done all this work for 2 days, I've seen you freak out before. Did you A, have a hissy fit, freak out and scream, or were you just so defeated and deflated that it wasn't even worth the effort?
There's a C here. There's a third.
C. Okay.
I was relieved. You have to understand, I had been in every single room. I was relieved. And it was funny, especially based on what had happened to me with the ceiling fan the week before. I mean, this is classic me. And so I was relieved, right? And so much so that I had gone, my wife was in the shower, and I ran into the bathroom, and she's like, get out of here. And I was like, dude, it was this the whole time. She's like, lies. Now you have to understand where the where the carbon monoxide detector was located. It was in the middle of the triangle of smoke detectors. So you would have thought that because at one point I did have the backroom detector out and the kitchen detector out, right? And you would think you would know then that it was the carbon monoxide.
It was in the exact worst position it could be to confuse you.
Because when I took the kitchen and the back rooms out, it sounded like it was coming from the bedroom, which was
that's the issue.
3 yards away.
That's the nightmare.
So Preston, I was absolutely relieved at this point.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
I would have been
crazy.
I would
right?
have been pissed.
And Preston, it's never at 2:00 in the afternoon.
Right.
It's never. Oh, I just happened to have the ladder out, and my pockets are all full of batteries.
Yeah.
It's always like you're going to bed on Sunday night when we're getting back into the schedule, and you got to wake up at 3:30 the next morning, and then it's about 10:30, 11 o'clock. Beep.
Mm-hmm.
There was also one other thing with the battery-operated one that I bought a battery-operated one because we do have one detector that's not hardwired. And I, You know, like, hey, don't hit this button, and there's a sign that says don't hit this button.
Right.
Well, I did that on the back of the smoke alarm where it says like deactivate, and I was like, oh, what does this deactivate button do, right? So I deactivate the alarm, and then I read the directions, and the direction says once you deactivate, you can't reactivate. I was like, God damn it!
Oh no!
I'm like, I just bought this.
You hit the self-destruct button.
Why would they include a full? I will talk.
So Casey, I've read this a few times during this course of this conversation that apparently carbon monoxide detectors are supposed to be kept lower to the ground than smoke detectors, and some smoke detectors are more reliant on heat than they are the actual smoke rising to the smoke detectors. But carbon monoxide detectors are supposed to be kept lower because I guess the carbon monoxide is heavier than air itself.
So what I have in my detectors, my smoke detectors are carbon, I think dioxide, CO2, and then the monoxide I have down lower.
Gotcha. And then peroxide if you're dyeing your hair.
I'm going to go to Susan. Hi, Susan. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good. What's up, Susan?
So you know what? Everybody's like hit on the exact same points that happened to me last week. So it was the end of my vacation. It was the night before I'm going back to work.
Yeah,
At 1 a.m. There goes the chirping. And it's the same thing. I have the hardwired smoke detectors, and I was like, okay, I want to get up and reset it or, test it. And my son has to wake up early for work. He's got to go in. So I'm like, okay, can I just deal with this for like another hour until he has to get up? So he gets up and he's in the shower. I'm playing around up at the ceiling, pulling it down. And finally I get him to disconnect it, and I still hear this chirping. Now I have, Preston, you have that issue with your ear. You kind of lose the ringing. So, and I kind of lose the sense of where a sound is coming from sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm laying there in bed all night long, and it's just chirping. I'm like, I have this disconnected. Why is this still chirping? I don't get it. So finally wake up when my alarm goes off, and I roll over, and now I hear the sound. It sounds like it's coming from the corner of my room. So I'm like, okay. I look at the carbon monoxide detector, and I'm thinking, don't even tell me it's been this all night long. And sure enough, that's exactly what it was. I unplug it, I take the battery out, and the chirping finally stopped.
It was the same thing Casey went through.
Exactly.
You just want to die.
I did.
Yeah.
And now, like, my first day back to work after vacation, I'm exhausted.
Yep, exactly. All right. Thanks, Susan. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, it's hearing that incessant. Nothing about smoke detectors have they made easy, simple. Like even changing the battery on some of them, trying to wedge that battery inside that little door that opens up on some of those things.
What? So here's the deal.
And then you put it in the wrong way. Is it working?
Mine takes 6 batteries, Preston.
6 batteries?
6 AA's. Each one of them takes 6 AA batteries. I didn't realize that every single battery has to be disconnected or it will continue to chirp. If you have one battery in there, it will continue to chirp.
Well, it also holds
I've
the
actually
charge.
replaced right. So, but once that's out, it shouldn't chirp anymore, right? So I took all the batteries out, and and I didn't realize that. And there were the batteries, put it back up, only to leave it to chirp again. A blinking light, something that would just let you indicate that that's the one chirping would make all the difference in the world.
Why can't that happen?
One little stinking light.
So, Steve, what I was when I finally did read the directions from what I think, from what I read, after you take the battery out, you basically it's holding some of the charge from that battery, and you actually have to hit the test button to essentially bleed that battery energy out.
All right. Well, I've had, on the Nest ones that I have, once all those batteries are out, it stops.
Yeah. Well, this is with a 9. I don't know if 9 volts are different than
these are
AA's or whatever.
six AA's.
Mine takes 9 volts.
Rodney was like, "Are the batteries still okay?" And I said, "I don't know." He goes, "Well, did you do the tongue test?" I'm like, "I'm not doing that."
I don't like doing it.
I don't like doing it. I'm not going to do it.
Hang on.
Find a hooker.
I'm going to go to Phil. Hey, Phil. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Sorry to bug you at work.
No, what's up, man?
So, not so much smoke detectors, but on that aha finally moment.
All right.
I was doing some work in my home. We were getting ready for newborn, doing the nursery, the whole thing. Messed some wiring up, and I somehow put my water heater on the light switch for the basement. So after we were working all night, covered in insulation, go to jump in the shower, no hot water. Run down to the basement, water heater's running. This went on for 3 days.
Wait a second. So every time you go, every time you go down the basement, you turn the light on, and the water heater would be working.
Water heater would.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's so funny. So every time you went down there to check it, it was running because you turned the light on to see.
Dude, that's great.
The National Lampoon's moment.
Oh my God, that's hilarious, Phil. How did you finally figure it out?
I got to the top of the steps and I heard it shut off when the light went off. Like, I finally heard it poof out. I was so mad.
God.
But so happy at the same time.
Oh my God, that could have gone on forever.
Yes, it could have. You could have gotten a whole
the
new
light stayed
system.
on for 3 weeks.
That makes you
I
think.
didn't touch it again.
Yeah, it makes you think of a Christmas vacation with the garage light.
So I have to ask, Phil, did you rewire it or do you just leave the light on all the time?
The light stayed on for almost 3 weeks before I got enough to just go down there and fix it.
Okay. Oh my God, that's great.
But it was finally fixed.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I saw
That's hilarious.
I saw on our screener info here that it said water heater, and I thought he was going to say they have those like overflow. Indicators, little alarms. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Case?
Yeah.
No.
So if you have like a drip pan or something like that for your water heater, there's a little monitor you can put in there, detects moisture, and it'll go off and let you know.
Yep.
And I've had that going off, and I'm like, where's that effing sound coming from?
Where's
And
that
not knowing what it was.
sound coming from?
And we had like a leak under our sink.
Where's that sound coming from?
It wasn't the water heater; it was something else. And I couldn't figure it out. Of course, Rochelle knew
There's
exactly
nothing on here.
exactly what it was. But that drove me crazy. That was me walking around the house trying to figure out where the sound was. Let me go to Blair. Good morning, Blair.
Hey, Godzilla, friend.
Godzilla. What's up, Blair?
So I just have to say that I appreciate this conversation because when I was virtual teaching, all these kids would unmute themselves to do whatever in class, and their smoke alarms are going off in the back. And so I don't know where these heathens are in the world that think it's okay to just keep these going all the time because I'm in agreement with you. I like Twitch every time I hear one.
The frequency at which it and it's meant to do that. It runs
93.3 WMMR. Pride in the name of love, of course. From you too. It's 10:42. Preston and Steve show. Weather's beautiful today, going up to 80 degrees and a mix of sun and clouds. And tomorrow, thunderstorms. Yeah, that's the lousy day.
Yeah.
I have about 65. So it's a good thing that the MM barbecue is on Saturday because it will be partly cloudy and 72 degrees, like a beautiful spring day. Maybe even, I'm going to tell you, light jacket for the evening. Make sure you do that.
Listen.
See, it does get a little chilly in the evening when temperatures are only high 72 in the day.
I have a taffeta dress I've been dying to wear.
Ooh.
Yeah or no?
Yeah.
All right.
Sex sells, man. Yep. All right. Anyway, no guests on the program today for a good reason. We made an announcement. It was a sad, very sad, profoundly sad announcement. You can go back and listen to it on our podcast. You can check out the stream on YouTube. But we had to announce that Kathy will no longer be a part of the Preston and Steve show or WMMR. Or because I know you also worked with Ben FM as well. Yeah. And so that's unfortunate. And this may be the last time that we're on the air together right now. We would love to be able to do one more show tomorrow. But sometimes those things don't work out, and we're going to have to find out whether or not that's the case. We don't make the call. So we had a very open and frank discussion about our time together and about this special group of people. And that's what WMMR is. It's a group of people. I know it's a radio station on your dial, in your car, wherever you happen to listen, or on your device. But what it is at its core is a group of people, a familial group of people. And we on the Preston and Steve show are the family within the family.
Yes.
And, I'm not going to rehash everything that we did earlier, but, we all obviously professed our love for each other, which is very deep, very significant. And we'll just see where life takes us from here. Like I said, Kath is going to end up on her feet. That's not even...
It's not even in question. I mean, the OnlyFans account Alone.
Alone.
The Delco chick stole my thunder.
I know.
She's got an OnlyFans account.
She was going to move into crapping on cars. Now she needs a new angle.
You know what you got to do to get some press, right?
Oh my God.
Like a crap on a car.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do something
I'll
a little
film it.
classier than that.
Yes.
Crap in a urinal?
No. Let me just say thank you again to everybody and to our listeners. The last 20 years of my life wouldn't have been possible without the listeners. So thank you.
Yes. And we hope, and we're kind of counting on your continued support. We love you as well, and we want to continue to spend this time together. We're going to have fun. We will. It's what we do. We've been doing it for that long. We'll continue to do that. We'll do it every morning, and so we're. Yeah, I just want to leave it at that.
That's
really.
it. Yep.
Pierre is here.
You know, it's you've said it several times in several ways, but first of all, that was one of the most moving ways of telling the story. So I'm sitting there, crying my eyes out listening, and it was just so beautiful. And what it was real. What this type of radio was born. Our birthday was 57 on the 29th. It has survived this entity. This kind of FM radio was a style of not doing the top 40 thing of having this act, but it's a style of talking to people, whether it be presenting music or conversation, but it's not taking a listener for granted or, saying, that they're out there that's talking one-on-one to people. And that's how it's always been. And it's always been these various families, but you're absolutely right that you were a family within the family. Our listeners are part of that family, by the way. But when these things happen, traumas happen to families. Change happen to families, and you attempt to absorb it. And in a way, there's a couple of grief cycles you might go through, and then you sort of come to an acceptance and you move forward. However, you have never lost that family element. And the way you spoke of it was just so beautiful. But you are one of the most classy people I have ever had the pleasure of encountering. And I remember the first day I came in on the air, you looked up at me and said, "You look really old."
Stop it. Did not.
I believe that you did.
That's class.
Never say that.
Class.
And then I think I made some.
Can someone get a gurney for this man?
I'm not good at insult humor, so I tried to come up with some snarky comment about breast size or adjustments or something like that. I think, or plastic surgery, none of which were accurate or true, but I didn't expect that. But of course, I just think you're the best, and I have founded my patterns of being on time based on your fantastic traffic reports. One of my favorite parts is when you finish the actual traffic, and I don't know if you switch screens or do something, but there's a second pause.
Yeah.
That's your traffic, brought to you by Jim Steaks or whoever it might be. And I always wait for that little dramatic pause. It's funny, the little things that we look for. But the listeners are lighting up, the phone lines, the text lines are lighting up with people extending their love. And that's all we can do as families change and grow. We just can never thank you enough and wish you nothing but the best. I'm not saying it eloquently enough.
You are.
You are. That was such a powerful hour. I mean, and that's what this station, that's what real radio is about. It's being real. They're not affectations. They're not trying to be a character. Each of you, and it speaks to the teamwork too. There have been not only on the air, but the wonderful people that have worked behind the scenes here over the years, over so many years, so many characters have come and been a part of the foundation. None of us could do it on our own, on the air, off the air, all this family of humanity. I remember one time, Casey used to drive what was that motorized thing through the hallway?
Oh, the
hoverboard.
Hoverboard. Thank you.
Yeah.
And you would wrap up and you'd leave the thing and you'd go drop papers off on the effing hoverboard. And I watched it one day with marvel and I go, what an amazing place that this guy can hop on a hoverboard and drive through the hallways and drop off papers where he has to drop off papers at, and then hover back. And every morning I'd look at it every day with more marvel. those little things, those little moments of humanity, of quirkiness, of connection, and to our audience, God, my God, you've been with us through all these evolutions. And we've been blessed with 2 powerhouse morning shows over the years. Almost no station claimed that. DeBella in the 80s and 90s and zeros, and you guys from, for the last 20 years you've been here with us, and the 7 years before at Y100. So it's a magical thing, and it doesn't end. It continues. It grows. It changes. It evolves. But none of us could do what we do without each other's support. You guys said it so beautifully about each other, but all I can do is thank you, and thank you.
Thank you for
You're the
everything.
best.
You really were. I hope you heard what I said
did.
earlier. You were a mentor, and
I think she could have said a few more things.
no, but it really
She crossed out, he looks old.
It has been an honor to work with you all these years. Thank you.
You're the best.
All right. Letter of the day.
Yes,
we should
let's
do
do
that.
that.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by The Letter.
B is in breast.
There you go. You got it in, didn't you?
I don't know. What the hell?
All right.
By the way, this could be a frozen thing for a vocal thing, but when you're eating the cashew, you said, I got nut in my throat.
I know.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
If they freeze that and bring that back to taunt you.
I deserve it.
noises in there?
I deserve
it could be part of your greatest hits.
All right, by the way, we're going to give away tomorrow 4 VIP admissions to Pig Dog Beach Bar, Maury's Piers Amusement Park Rides, and Raging Waters Water Park. June 13th, plus $40 Maury's Piers gift card valid for food and beverage, and a limited edition of the official Eagles Autism Foundation Sunny Siegel, along with a commemorative Eagles Autism Foundation event poster. So we will give that away on the program. Sponsors? I got to thank our sponsors.
Sorry, that's right. I have a
thank
job
our
to do.
guests and stuff like that.
They were
but
covered in cashews, Preston.
I'm going to hold off on the ending music. So that's our ending music. The Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Okay, thank you. So we're going to wrap up now. I don't know what tomorrow brings. So this may be the last time that we share on the airways together. I just want, in case it is, I don't want this moment to get away from us. I think what has been said has said it all.
Yep.
So, Kathy, we love you. I love you. We love you.
Yeah.
And
until next time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we are looking forward to that day.
Absolutely.
Thank you for everything.
You got it. All right. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow, friend.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.